And the camera. Hey, did you get my email? Did you get my text, I mean? Did you get my text? Okay, everyone, welcome. It is time. It is 7. She overrode me. Okay, so I will call the regular meeting of the Milpitas City Council of October 21, 2025 to order. While this meeting is being broadcast via Zoom, oral public comment may only be provided live at the City Council meeting in person. The City Council meeting is available for instant translation in over 60 languages with Wordly, accessible via mobile phone, computer, and video displays by scanning the QR code located on the title page on the right hand of the agenda. So back to today's business. We'll have City Clerk Guzetta please take the roll.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
Here.
Councilmember Chua.
Here.
Councilmember Lamb.
Here.
Councilmember Lian.
Here.
Mayor Montano.
And I'm here. Thank you. Okay, now we're presentation of the colors and the Pledge of Allegiance. So this evening, the colors will be presented and the Pledge of Allegiance led by Scout Troop 0786, Shia Amami Ismaili. Okay.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone.
What's that noise?
No. Good evening, everyone. Please rise and join us for the color guard ceremony led by Troop 786. Color guards, attention. Color guards, advance. Audience, please put your right hand over your heart and join us in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Color guards, prepare to post the colors. Color guards, post the colors. Color guards, honor your colors. 2. Color guards, return to rank. Color guards, dismissed. Audience may be seated.
Give them a big round of applause. Thank you so much. Okay, now it's time for invocation. So we'd like to recognize the leaders. You can say your name and thank you for bringing the Scouts.
Good evening. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for having us. My name is Munir Bimani. I'm the Scoutmaster for Troop 786. What a crowd. Wow, full house. It's amazing. Thank you for having us. We're a new Scout troop, about 3 years old, fairly new. So these boys are doing an amazing job. I want to take a quick minute to just introduce them. We have our SPL, Ayan, up back in the back there. Zahan, Rumi, Izian, Alian, Sean, and Farhan are the color guards for today. We also have our Scoutmaster, Shailene and Farid with us today. So thank you for having us. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. Did you want to say something as well, the other troop leader? Was that, okay. Well, come on. Don't be shy.
First of all, thank you for having us. This is a wonderful opportunity for our troop to be here. Thank you, audience. This is wonderful to have. And this week is a Diwali week. So happy Diwali to all the Indian brothers and sisters over here. And thank you once again for all the support you're giving over here to us. Thank you all.
Oh, that's beautiful. Great. Thank you. Thank you for that. And I know it takes a lot of time and energy and effort to volunteer your time to make sure that these Scouts are groomed in the right way, in the Scout way. Thank you for that. Okay, so now we're moving on to invocation, and we have our Councilmember Chua that she will provide the invocation. Councilmember?
Thank you, Mayor. We pray to give our city, state, national leaders with knowledge, wisdom, understanding, and compassion. Grant them favors, increase their faith, prepare them to pursue your excellence, draw them to fulfill your purpose. Finally, guide our city leaders to keep our residents, businesses, properties, and communities safe. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Chua. Thank you for that. And so now moving on to presentations, we will go down to the podium and we will start presenting the presentations. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. It is so great to see everyone here. This is so beautiful when it's a packed house. Happy Diwali, everyone. So we're going to do, I think what I'll do is I'll do the National Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and then we'll do the Diwali presentations to both groups. Okay, so this is National Domestic Violence Awareness Month. So October marks National Domestic Violence Awareness Month, a time when we stand with survivors, acknowledge the lasting impact of abuse, and recommit ourselves to prevention, justice, and healing. Tonight, we recognize Maitri, a trusted Bay Area nonprofit that has provided culturally responsive, confidential support to countless South Asian individuals and families facing domestic violence, cultural alienation, and family conflict. On behalf of the city and our community, thank you for your steadfast advocacy, your compassionate service, and your role in transforming lives. Together, let us shine a light on domestic violence, uplift survivors, and move beyond awareness to meaningful action. So join me, Mayor Carmen Montano, and the Milpitas City Council in proclaiming October 2025 as National Domestic Violence Awareness Month in the city of Milpitas. And we have someone to come and receive this. Come in, come on. And I would like for you to say a few words. Okay. Maybe I will give you this proclamation first, and then you can say a few words. Okay. On behalf of the city. can come right here.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council members, and members of the public. My name is Visalakshi Vallurnat. I'm a resident of Milpitas since 2013. October is nationally commemorated as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Today, I stand here as an advocate for victims and survivors of domestic violence to commemorate this month. I represent My3, an organization devoted to serving victims and survivors of domestic violence since 1991, and want to take a few moments to talk about an epidemic that is pervasive in our homes, cities, state, country, and all over the world. 1 in 4 women and 1 in 7 men aged 18 and older in the US have been victim of severe physical violence by an intimate partner in their lifetime. Intimate partner violence or domestic violence is an ill that exists in all communities, irrespective of culture, religion, sexual orientation, financial status, and immigration realities. Domestic violence is the third leading cause of homelessness among families in the United States. Research also informs us about the lasting negative impact on our children growing up in a household experiencing and witnessing domestic violence. In California, there were 124 domestic violence-related homicides in 2024, of which 93 of the fatalities were female and 32 were male. Last year, My3 provided culturally responsive services to 114 individuals, and organizations around California served more than 57,000 individuals with life-saving supportive services. The need for a comprehensive plan to address domestic violence in our communities is urgent, and we thank the City of Milpitas for providing much needed assistance in many areas and request them to step up the effort as well. I request the City Council and its residents to become partners with us in preventing domestic violence and facilitating effective intervention methods if it happens. Here are a few things to consider. Create a supportive environment for everyone to seek out information and services related to relationship abuse. Demand curriculum and practices that uplift healthy relationships at every educational level and in professional spaces. Enact and support policies that address intersectional approaches to addressing domestic violence, homelessness, pay equity, reproductive rights, poverty reduction, banning child marriages, to name a few. Support funding for domestic violence service providers at the federal, state, county, and city levels. Rethink law enforcement responses to crisis situations with special focus on stopping brutality against people of color and trainings on domestic violence. Evaluate and improve language access at city facilities. Offer training on cultural responsiveness to various local government employees and agencies. Involve non-governmental organizations as thought partners while planning city activities. Uplift the voices of minority groups wherever possible, as they lack representation in committees and other policy-making spaces. I thank you all for your time.
Thank you very much for those great words. You know, domestic violence it's a shameful thing. People, there's different types. There's mental abuse, physical abuse, and spiritual abuse, the whole being of a person. And so we need to, and I'm glad that your organization is there to help people heal. Thank you so much. Okay, so now we're going to do the Diwali festival. We have 2 proclamations. So Dr. Jopra, not Dr. Jopra, Dr. Ramesh Kanda cannot be here, but he's going to have another person Kawel? Yeah, okay, so, but what I will do, I will call Dr. Jopra and, Mr. Kawela up. How do you say your name? Kalia. Dr. Kalia. So, on behalf of this, so tonight we join together to celebrate Diwali, the Festival of Lights, a cherished tradition that reminds us that light will always, always triumph over darkness, knowledge over ignorance, and hope over despair. It is a time for reflection, renewal, and community, values that truly embody the spirit of Milpitas. We are also proud to recognize two great organizations that bring this celebration to our life in our region. The Festival of Globe, Silicon Valley, founded by Dr. Ramesh Chopra, medical doctor, and the Association of Indo-Americans. Can we give them a round of applause? So through their leadership, cultural events, and outreach, they showcase the richness of Indian and South Asian heritage and create opportunities for all of the community to come together in friendship and understanding. So on behalf of the Milpitas City Council, thank you for sharing the joy, color of light of Diwali with our city and for strengthening the bonds that unite us all. Now join me, Mayor Carmen Montano, and the Milpitas City Council in proclaiming Diwali in the city of Milpitas. I want to say a few words. So I get invited to a lot of Diwali events, festivals, and it's all about, and at one of the events, I said, we all have a little light inside of us. And this little light is your soul, right? Doing good or evil. You have that conscience. And, I'm a retired school teacher. So some of you that went to the event, I sang, "This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine." I don't know if you remember that, but it was great. We had a really good time. But I want to give this to Dr. Jopra and then also to Mr. Kawai. Proclamation. All right. I want you to say something.
Good evening, everyone. Honorable Mayor Carmen Montano, distinguished, esteemed City Council members, all the citizens of the city of Milpitas, on behalf of Festival of Globe, our Federation of Indo-Americans, as a matter of fact, all the Hindu Americans and Indian Americans in Milpitas and all over the Bay Area, we would like to thank you. Very, very grateful for this proclamation and recognition of our contributions. We take true pride in contributing in whichever way, culturally, economically, religiously, spiritually, and of course in the civic and public service as well. And we would like to do more and more. That is a culture which we are very, very proud of, our heritage, our values, our philosophy, which we are very, very, take a lot of pride in doing that and being recognized, especially in this month of October, which we call at Hindu Heritage Month, which is declared the whole month for Hindu heritage. And also the Diwali, the Festival of Lights, comes during the same month. As the mayor mentioned earlier, this is the victory of good over evil, from darkness to light, from ignorance to knowledge, and the message which we try to give it to our generation, our diaspora, but also applies to the whole mainstream, Americans and everybody else, because the atmosphere out there, the division is so much, and we need to get united, we need to get together, and it's only through these kind of cultures, these kind of messages, we can unite, unity and diversity, and we can make this place not only just prosperous and happy, but also very, very peaceful, and which is very, very important. In our language, we say, Loka smasta sukhno bhavantu, which means the whole world, everybody in this world should be happy, prosperous, and peaceful. So that's a message. With that message, we once again very, very grateful. On behalf of, we have a lot of people. I want you to stand up here. Everybody from the Festival Globe and Federation of Indo-Americans, the Fremont Hindu Temple. I want to thank again the mayor for coming to our Diwali, where thousands of people were there who had joined us over there, and she graced our occasion. Thank you, even though it was in Fremont. She came all the way, and she comes to wherever our functions are, events are. She's always there, and many, many of the council members also been there. Thank you. You are invited. It's going to be part of us. You are part of the extended family. Thank you very, very much.
I'd like to invite the members of Association of Indo-Americans to just come here. We have a lot of sister organizations. Please join us. And Carmen Mantano and the City Council of Milpitas, really thank you for this proclamation. I really appreciate it on behalf of Association of Indo-Americans. AIA is a coalition of 50 plus nonprofit organizations that come together under one umbrella, and we do several community events throughout the year with the intent of bringing diverse people, background, and community together while trying to propagate Indian art, culture, music, food, and everything. And again, we had the pleasure of hosting mayor as well as the city council members in several of our events. And we also hosted a lot of events in the city of Milpitas, which have been hugely successful thanks to the unconditional support we've received from mayor as well as the city council members. We'll continue to strive to bring the community together with the support of city of Milpitas. And I want to wish everyone here a very happy Diwali. And I would be happy to celebrate this Diwali with all of you. And once again, on behalf of AIA, thank you, Carmen Montano, as well as the City Council for this proclamation. It's even more special because the state of California has declared Diwali as a public holiday, so it means a lot to us. Thank you.
All right, so all people to join us too.
Photo discount?
गिफ्ट लाऊं ना आ जाओ जाओ इधर इधर Let them take theirs.
Somebody go way in the back by the wall. Is that, you have to get everywhere.
Wide angles easier.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Happy Diwali!
I would please stand, I'll take one.
Yeah. Atulji, give your camera to somebody.
కళ్యాణ్ భీమల్కి ఇలా ఆయన భీమలో ఉన్నాడుగా
कल्याण जी आप आ जाओ पहले आप दो अतुल कल्याण जी ना प्रसाद जी आप आ जाओ ना
So this is for the city of Milpitas.
कल्याण जी आप आ जाओ
Oh, thank you.
नहीं मैं हूँ आप आ जाओ
Are we gonna do it now? Oh, okay, okay. All right. So what? Thank you very much. Happy Diwali, everyone. So now we're going to be doing the community heroes. So it is my great honor and privilege to welcome to all of you to our 2025 Milpitas Communities Hero Celebration. So let's go down there again. Turn this thing on. I know that's why everybody's here for the heroes. And I just want to say that I really thank Councilmember Chua. This is her brainchild of having this community hero celebration. We've never done, this is the second year. It's pretty successful. Thank you. That was great. So again, it is my great honor and privilege to welcome you, all of you, to our 2025 Milpitas Community Heroes Celebration, an important occasion where we recognize the individuals and organizations who go above and beyond to make our city a better, kinder, and more vibrant place to live. Our community heroes, whether they serve quietly behind the scenes or lead by example in the public eye, remind us of the power of service, compassion, and dedication. Their contributions reflect the very best of Milpitas, and that's you. And tonight we take the time to express our gratitude. Each year, members of the Milpitas City Council are invited to nominate individuals or groups they feel have made a meaningful impact in our community. These honorees are shining examples of what it means to care, not just in words, but in action. At this time, I would like to invite each of my fellow city council members to come forward and share a few words about their selected honorees. They will each introduce their community hero and tell us why this person or group was chosen for recognition this year. Each of you honored tonight represents the spirit of Milpitas, resilient, compassionate, and community-driven. You inspire all of us to do more, to give back, and to lead with heart. So I'm going to call on council members right now. Who wants to go first? Let's have Councilmember Lynn.
Thank you. Do I give this to?
At the very bottom.
It's not the last, but I would like to call on Rhoda Sapiro, come on up here, please. And my reason to choose Rhoda to be the heroes of Milpitas for 2025, I'd like to thank Rhoda, Milpitas Beat founder and editor-in-chief, for her journalistic contribution to the community. As a media creator in the Bay Area, she upholds the highest standards of journalistic integrity by reporting news with honesty, clarity, and accuracy. She has earned the trust of the community she serves as a role model to young, inspiring journalists, especially women and minorities. We applaud all your hard work. People like you make Milpitas a better place to live. Congratulations, and thank you for all you do for our city. And it's heavy. Just step over here for the pictures.
Sure. Oh, picture?
Take the picture first, then you can. And because you're. Look at Eric. Eric. Why don't you be in the picture?
Thank you so much. I just wanted to thank Councilmember Han Lien and the rest of the Milpitas City Council, and of course, the City of Milpitas, for this honor. It really means so very, very much to me. When I started the Milpitas Beat, like 7.5 years ago now, I had no idea that it would be running this long. Like, I really didn't. It just really started with, I guess, a passion for the community and just a way of really connecting with all of you, telling your stories. There's something just so sacred to me about telling stories. And so I've just been, just very honored to be here in this community, telling your stories. And I really just want to thank our readers over the years, whether you've just read articles or you've given us story tips, or you've, financially donated each year. It truly means so much, just because local journalism is a really tough business. But, I stick with it because I love it, and I'm really happy to be here. And I also wanted to thank my talented husband, Eric Shapiro, who's also the co-owner of the Milpitas Beat with me. I really wouldn't be able to do this without him. So thank you. And thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you. Like they say, great ideas come from great minds. That's great. Okay, the next person, we had Han Lin, and we had next person would be Evelyn Chua. So Councilmember Chua.
It's all right. Thank you all for coming this evening. It's really wonderful to have a full house tonight. And my 2025 community heroes are the peaceful poets of Milpitas. Come on up, please. The Milpitas Peaceful Poets, for their commitment to fostering the love of poetry and storytelling in Milpitas. Composed of dedicated, talented individuals, the group offers a supportive, inclusive where individuals can share their original poetry or simply listen and appreciate the art of verse. We applaud all your hard work. Organizations like yours make Milpitas a better place. They've been around for the last. Patricia is one of the founders, and I met her 7 years ago.
At least.
Yeah, at least. And I was walking, and she was walking, and she said, "Hey, do you want to join the Milpitas Poets Society?" I said, "Sure. I haven't written a poem for a long time, but I'll do it." So it rekindled my love for poetry, and I'm forced to write a poem every month. So if you have an inkling of writing poems, please join the Milpitas Poets Society, the peaceful poets of Milpitas.
Well, thank you.
Somebody wants to say something?
Oh, yes. I just want to thank the council and everyone here who's shown up and the people who show up to our little poetry group. It would be so nice if you would come every single time. But they're all free thinkers and they all have their own ideas about things. And so, of course, being a poet, I can't really get after them because I'm the same way. But in any case, here's a poem I believe somebody has written. Teal, please. You didn't bring your poem?
Yes, I did. Because it's directed to you, Councilman Chua. May I speak from here? Good evening. I'm Mr. Lake from Peaceful Poets of Milpitas, a group founded by Pat Montoya more than 20 years ago. I understand we were invited as examples of community heroes. When I did a little research, I realized that there's a true hero in this room. Her granddaughter, Annalyn, is also a true hero. I'm going to read a short poem I wrote in their honor. True heroes do not wear capes. Instead, they're probably in the kitchen baking adobo and making crepes. Greetings, Evelyn Chua. Before today, I never knew you, nor the many good works attributed to you. From your blessed ovary came the egg that did begin the winning lineage, leading to your heroine kin, your granddaughter, Annalyn. When cancer came to call, Annalyn was archly resolute as a marching boot, and though up against the wall, she did not fall. Now, cancer has knocked on your door. But of course, as before, and now and forevermore, it is to the Lord you answer, and not to the cancer. And if there are rude, stewed dudes who'd be unable to handle that attitude, well, Evelyn Chua, let them sue you. You love a life sweet and lively as cocoa adobo on the go-go. So, to the invitation for a tiptoe life of resignation, you said no, because you don't want to go to some no-go zone of flim-flam and lamentation, full of slow poking, almost choking, barely croaking, sad and shaggy, staggering stagnation. Instead, cool as a snow cone chosen from the frozen ozone, and better than a snarky smartphone, is your embracing mojo, holding you in your boat as you float on God's golden ocean. And as you praise the waves and play in a two-tone trombone, you also proudly yodel some okie dokie karaoke loud enough so even deaf spirits can hear it. Then, with three shouts and some devout commotion, you begin to row your rowboat going to and fro with a lot of roly-poly, truly holy local locomotion. No joking. Go, girl. So, Annalyn and Evelyn Chua, we send many hallelujahs to you.
Thank you so much. My daughter actually is right here. Come on up. No, she doesn't like, but thank you so much. That's so precious. See how talented they are. So.
That's congratulations.
Thank you. Okay. Can I just have 3 seconds for a poem?
Yeah. 3 seconds.
30, this is quick. Mayor, council, citizens, thank you so much. And I'm not a poet. My sister, has anybody else lived here since 1969? Not too many. My sister has.
I've been here since 1964.
You don't look it. I'm not a talent. Here's a little poem. It's easy to grin when your ship has come in and you've got the stock market beat. One who's worthwhile is the one who can smile when her pants are too tight in the seat. Now, that's the famous poem from Caddyshack, but it's an analogy for my sister. There's been times with her when many times her pants have been too tight for her seat. And certainly when you're a single mother, that's the case. Certainly when you're raising a Down syndrome child, your pants are too tight in the seat. And I just wanted to express how proud I am of my big sister, who has organized this group of cats. And they're not just organizing cats, these are creative cats. I mean, that's a good job. So anyway, help me celebrate these people right here. Thank you.
Thank you so much again. Congratulations. And just if you don't know this, but I'm also a poet. I'm also a member of the Peaceful Poets. Anyhow, next one is Vice Mayor Gary Barbadillo. Give you.
Good evening, everyone. Community heroes, those are that have meaningful impact in community or to each other, right? We are all community heroes, whether you are a neighbor who looks after a house of a neighbor who's going on vacation, you're a parent who tells your children, hey, don't litter on the streets, or whether you are a good friend who takes care of a friend. That's a meaningful impact, and that is what community hero is. And we are here today not just to recognize community heroes as we propose them to be recognized, but this is an opportunity to share inspiration, to be inspired, and be influenced by each other, sharing the experiences so that we move this city forward, we be a better community, and we as people, as persons, be good to ourselves. Because only if everybody is going to the same direction, same mindset and thoughts, the city will move forward and it will be better for the community. It is my privilege to have recommended the Milpitas Knights of Columbus as the recipient for the Community Heroes Award for an organization. Right. You can come down. There are two councils in Milpitas, and both of them have contributed meaningfully to the community and had devoted their time, efforts for the betterment of the community. First, to be recognized is the Knights of Columbus St. John Council 5796. We thank the Knights of Columbus Council 5796, who is dedicated to serving the community, celebrating its 47th anniversary in 2025. It embodies its mission through acts of volunteerism and compassion, and the annual free Thanksgiving dinner, serving hot meals and supplying groceries to those in need during the holidays. St. John Council 5796 also works closely with St. John Church, Milpitas Food Pantry, and Milpitas Charity Bingo to support its charitable programs. We applaud all your hard work. Organization like yours makes Milpitas a better place. For the Knights of Columbus St. Elizabeth Council 8747, we also thank you, Knights of Columbus St. Elizabeth Council 8747, who is dedicated in serving the community. You embody your mission through acts of volunteerism and compassion at their seasonal food drives, support Scouts of America, Troop 110, and PWID fundraisers. The Council also works closely with Stanford Blood Center by hosting triannual blood drives. We applaud all your hard work. Organizations like yours make Milpitas a better place. For Council 5796. 47 and Council 57. And I would invite the Grand Knights of each council to please say a few words.
Good evening, Mayor, Honorary Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council member, and on the public. My name is Kai Fan, currently Grand Knight of St. Elizabeth Council 8747. We are part of Knights of Columbus organization. Our four pillars are charity, unity, fraternity, and patriotism. We support our pastor, St. Elizabeth Catholic Church, and our community of Milpitas. We have done so every year. We have raised money for the Milpitas intellect disability student. And this year, we will have it at Ocean Supermarket on November 22nd and 23rd. So please come out and support us. 3 times a year, we provide food, turkey, canned food, ham to the needy people to celebrate Easter, Thanksgiving, and Christmas. We support Special Olympic, and with the help of the St. Vincent de Paul, we provide housing and rent and subsidy to the needy people in our community. And I received this plaque on behalf of all the brother of St. Elizabeth Council. And thank you, Mayor, and everybody.
Good evening. My name is Manny. I'm a Grand Knight. Grand Knight means president. Thank you to my beloved wife, and thank you for your support. You're always there for me. I love you, Annie, and happy birthday. Please say happy birthday and say, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Carmen Montana. And thank you, Vice Mayor Gary Barbadillo, and the council members. Thank you to our former Mayor, past Grand Knight Pete McGill. You here? Past Grand Knight Ray Maglalang. And past Grand Knight Voltaire Montemayor. Where you at? And the council officers and members of St. John Council 5796. Thank you so much. Thank you for recognized 2025 Milpitas Community Heroes, the Knight of Columbus, St. John Council 5796. What Knight of Columbus activities is youth basketball free throw competition, and the second one is annual clothing drive for our veterans and support for West Coast Work for Life and support the 240 Days for Life and honoring vets on Memorial and Veterans Day, scholarship for St. John and Baptist School, PWID support Milpitas High School and Special Olympic, Easter egg hunt for the children, annual food drive for Thanksgiving Day, and 47 annual Thanksgiving Day dinner this coming November. And thank you, Knight of Columbus Square. Thank you so much. God bless us all. You have something to say?
Hi, I'm Pete McHugh and happy to be with you tonight. Been a long time since I've been in these chambers. Madam Mayor, members of the council, and audience. One thing I had to jot down is that just this meeting alone reminds me of all that is good, the diversity that makes Milpitas the place it is, the place that I came to back in the 1970s, and it's going to continue to be a wonderful place to call home. Now, getting back to how I got roped into this, is I'm supposed to talk about the Knights of Columbus, Council 5796, specifically two things. There's a lot that the council does, but the Thanksgiving dinner is a wonderful project that we put on that's open to anyone who would like a good meal and would like to stop by. We've been doing that since the 70s. The other great thing is the Tootsie Roll campaign. This is something that we started, we being Council 5796 of Milpitas, in the state of California. We went to one of our annual meetings of the Knights of Columbus down in the south part of the country, as a state, and we proposed doing the Tootsie Roll drive to provide money for people with intellectual difficulties, challenges. And that has been a success that continues to this day, and it started with our council here. And I'm proud of that and proud of the good work they do, and it's appropriate for this wonderful city that we call home. That's it. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Knights of Columbus. There is one knight that's missing, though, and you guys all know him, former Mayor Jose Estevez. But thank you, Pete McHugh. Actually, Pete McHugh was the first one to appoint me to the Parks and Rec Commission. That was way back when. I don't know if you remember that. Thank you for that. So now we're going to have Councilmember Lamb. You can give your commendation. Go.
Okay, my Community Heroes Award 2025 proudly present to Milpitas Kiwanis Club. Please come down here. Okay, here's the reason why they are the hero. The city of Milpitas thanks the Kiwanis Club of Milpitas for their dedication and support to the Milpitas community through their support of underdeserved youth, promoting education, and creating a stronger local community through service. Their programs are impactful, including the long-running Coats Cares for Kids and the Turnaround Scholarship, helping students pursue higher education with confidence and support. And the Milpitas Reads program, fostering literacy. We applaud all your hard work. Organizations like yours make Milpitas a better place. Yes, Mr. President.
I am.
A few words first.
First of all, thank you, Councilmember Lamb, for the nomination. Thank you, Mayor, and the rest of the council. Thank you, all of us. The mission of the International Kiwanis Organization is to serve one community and one child at a time. We conduct numerous activities throughout the city of Milpitas. Council member mentioned that we provide clothing in conjunction with Kohl's every year for back to school to over 100 families. We volunteer at local schools. We help with gardening projects, Halloween projects, any kind of special project, which includes any of the students in Milpitas focusing on scholarships and special needs. One of the major things that we do is we provide $6,000 scholarships to numerous students every year, along with a mentoring program to help them get through college. Our major fundraiser is our annual crab feed, which this year is on next year on February 6th. If you care about the children of Milpitas, if you want to do something with your spare time, please consider joining us. That's our focus. It is Milpitas, only Milpitas, and we really would love for any of you to join that wants to help the children of Milpitas. Thank you. Okay.
Put him in the center.
Yeah.
We also want to recognize former Vice Mayor Marcia Greeley. Thank you for coming.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We have one more last presentation, and this is the one that I had chosen, and this is for the Lions Club, the Executive Lions Club. So the City of Milpitas thanks Mari-Chris Benitez and the Lions Club, the president of the Milpitas Executive Lions Club, for her unwavering dedication to volunteerism and community involvement. She has helped organize health fairs, come on up, Mari-Chris, and the Lions Club, for unhoused populations, blood donation drives, mass distribution efforts during the pandemic, and also childhood cancer fundraisers like Gold for Gold, the childhood cancer fundraiser. She has played a central role in expanding the club's impact for elders, youth, disabled, and medically underserved in Milpitas. We applaud all your hard work. People like you make Milpitas a better place. The Executive Lions Club has been in existence for about over 20 years, I believe. And when they first started, I remember Janae Butler was part of it, and God bless her soul, she's already passed away, but she's always given her heart. And what I love about the Lions Club is they're always there, especially Mari-Chris. Mari-Chris, I have never, ever seen anybody with so much energy and always out there. Even when your own family is, you have a lot of needs with your family, but you're still out there, and that is amazing. People give of themselves, they sacrifice their time, their energy, and their money. So this is really, we applaud you, Mari-Chris. You're always there for the people, for the community of Milpitas. Thank you so much. I want you to say a few words. Just go ahead, we'll take the picture afterwards. We'll do it. Okay.
First of all, I'd like to thank our mayor, Carmen Montano. She's also one of our charter member of the Milpitas Executive Lions Club. So she's one of the founders of the club. And to the council members who are here tonight and everybody here. So I'm really honored and to receive this award. I'm humbled to be recognized as one of the community heroes. It's because of all the people, my members and the people in the community who are dedicated to volunteer for the services that we do. What I do is I put all the service activities that we're doing, but a lot of all of these people around, because I also have my Ladies Guild over there, who are very dedicated to serve the community. And I also applaud the city of Milpitas for recognizing the services that we do for the community. The Milpitas Executive Lions Club has a lot of causes, but our major cause for the club is childhood cancer, because that's our specialty project. So every September, we have like a fundraiser for the childhood cancer. What we do is, like the children from the farmlands, usually the central, they're the ones who are affected by the childhood cancer. So we adopt or we maintain their van to service these families and children with cancer to be brought to Stanford Hospital. And not only that, but also in the Philippines, we also have like the Kite Foundation that we also give to them for their needs. So like so that's one of the things that we do. At the same time, here in Milpitas, Renee is here. We always hello Renee. So I always bother her because sometimes we needed the community center for our celebrating differences for the children with special needs. And at the same time, we do our, yearly before, we used to do celebrating differences and also the October, Make a Difference Day. So that's all in October that we do that. But now, we kind of like, usually now October is Mental Health Day. So we had the carnival, the Lions had a carnival over in Salinas for the mental health project that we do. So another thing that we also do is like for the vision. So we do vision clinics, and also we offer our vision equipments for the schools. So actually, sometimes the nurse from the schools call us if the kid need eyeglasses. So we provide that to them. So these are some of the projects that we do, but because of all of the volunteers also, we were able to do all these things for our community. And I think that's, yeah.
These posters now?
Oh yeah, we have a student speaker contest, which we have it yearly, and some of our judges are the mayor, former mayor, and his wife, Gail. Yeah, it's for high school kids. So I think it's coming up. Usually the student speaker contest is in February. And the kid who goes all the way can get at least $24,000 for their college scholarship. And also the Peace Poster Contest is for children 11 to 13. And it's, we're having it, I think, this month. Starting this month, we're finding kids who can do the poster. Actually, Milpitas Executive Lions Club has had already an international winner in 2019. I think that was 2019. She won from all over the world. Oh, so that's one of our it's she's from Milpitas, and she was the one also who became the president of one of our Leo clubs. That's a high school Lions club. We call Leo, and she was the one who organized it. And also, they're saying now she's a doctor now. So she usually teaches over during the summer. She also teaches art workshop. We have art workshop for the kids so that if they wanted to join the Peace Poster Contest, they are already taught more or less how to start it, how to do their projects. So anybody from my club wanted to say something more?
It's okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you, thank you.
Let's take a picture.
President right now, who is in charge.
Anybody else from the Lions? Lions Club? Okay. Say it, everybody. Don't forget your, thank you very much. Okay, don't forget that. Thank you, everyone, and we'll continue with our meeting. Oh. For who? Okay, we have a couple more commendations for Maya Brooks. Excuse me, for Nisa Bagotra, for Maya Brooks and the Land of Fire and Ice. So on behalf of the Milpitas City Council, I, Mayor Carmen Montano, commend Nisa Bagotra on your extraordinary achievement in writing and creating your debut fantasy novel, Maya Brooks and the Land of Fire and Ice. Are you here? There, come on in, come on. Take a picture. And then you're gonna say.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council members, and everyone here. My name is Atharv, and I'm in 8th grade at Thomas Russell Middle School, and this is my sister Nisa, and she's in 5th grade at Kerner Elementary School.
We're so excited to share our journey of writing our book, Maya Brooks and the Land of Fire and Ice, inspired by the fantasy stories of Percy Jackson, and is set in Iceland, a land full of mystery, magic, and adventure.
And with the incredible support of our school teachers and the constant motivation from our parents, we've turned our dream into a reality. We wrote the story, designed the cover, and even created the illustrations ourselves.
Our story will be published this December and be available on platforms like Amazon and Instagram. And we can't wait to see this dream come true. And we hope that you all reserve a copy for yourselves and your kids. Thank you so much for your support and time.
Thank you. Let's take a picture. And this is another one. This is for you. Okay, so on behalf of the Milpitas City Council, I, Mayor Carmen Montano, commend Atharv Bogatra on your extraordinary achievement in writing and creating your debut fantasy novel, Maya Brooks and the Land of Fire and Ice. Thank you so much. Did you want to say something else? You want to say something?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, and such extraordinary talent. And I can see why from Kerner School. Great, great job. That's a great school. Thank you so much. And thank you for all the heroes. And you know how they say, when there's a hero comes along with the strength to carry on. Come on, you guys can do it. Thank you so much. Good night, everyone.
Just right here.
Actually, I apologize, we have a reception downstairs. So on behalf of the City Council, thank you for being the light in our community, for the heroes, and for making a lasting difference. We are truly better because of you. And join us downstairs for a small reception. Thank you.
We need to announce when we're going to reconvene.
And we will reconvene at what time?
8:30?
At 8:30. So, thank you, everyone. All right, it is 8:35. Are the council members up here? What did you say, Suzanne? She said something. Ya se callaron. For one council member. Somebody call Vice Mayor Barbadillo. Oh, there he is. Okay, now let's move on to public forum. Members of the public are invited to speak on any item that does not appear on today's agenda. Please note that oral public comment may only be provided live at the city council meeting in person. Public forum will be limited to 2 minutes. And are there any speakers, Suzanne?
Yes, Mayor, we have cards. I'll call them out in order, 3 at a time, such that we can have you then line up in the order announced. So the first speaker is Ryan Herron, followed by Alan Ha, and then Mivan Ku. Simon.
Okay, welcome. Welcome. Come on.
Good evening. Greetings, Mrs. Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Ryan Herron. I'm the Assistant Business Manager of LiUNA Local 792 and the lead negotiator for all 3 bargaining units LiUNA represents here in the city of Milpitas. We are here tonight because we've been unable to negotiate a successor labor contract for the mid-management and confidential bargaining unit of employees. We've been in negotiations throughout the year, and our union declared impasse in negotiations in June of this year after the city repeatedly refused to recognize our union's concerns with regard to inequity. While the city made the same 1-year 3% offer to all of the unions, and that was good enough for others, MidCon rejected that offer because it failed to address the inequities between what those other units have received versus MidCon. You see, MidCon has received 10% less in total wage increases than any other bargaining unit in the city since 2021. The reason for this is because MidCon members voluntarily agreed to open up their contract in 2021 and give up a 3% COLA upon the city's request during COVID. The ProTech and MEA units refused to do so. The Fire and POA units did so and were rewarded richly in their most recent bargaining contracts in 2024. They were made whole, so too should MidCon. Currently, MidCon employees supervise and lead employees who often make almost the same or more money than they do. This is a disincentive to promote. ProTech employees have longevity. MidCon employees do not. So a ProTech employee promoting up would potentially lose longevity pay.
Thank you.
This is a serious inequity, and we hope you, do what it takes to rectify this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Alan Ha, followed by Mivan Ku Simon, and then Zuhail Lambert.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, city staff, thank you for your time. My name is Alan Ha, Public Works, Solid Waste Program, and member of MidCon. And to bring some context to what I wanted to talk about, I want everyone to know that I grew up in this community. I went to Chinese school just off of South Main Street. I grew up wandering the halls of Great Mall and eating in the various food establishments throughout the city. And when I started to work professionally, from my colleagues and mentors, time and time again, it was referenced that I should work for the city of Milpitas because it is a place to do good work for a good community. in an organization and that looks after their people. So it is with some disappointment that I find myself right here. The underlying aspect that I want to highlight is about fairness and equality. And I didn't want that to get lost in the conversation and in the points that my colleagues will be bringing up. I'm sure that all of us have been in positions where we felt that we were treated unfairly. We know what that does to morale and how it makes us feel. And how we feel will affect the trust that we place in each other, or the morale and enthusiasm that we bring into work, and also the quality and quantity of work that we can accomplish. As you listen to my colleague and hear about their points and about the inequality that is affecting them, I want you to keep in mind that behind the very real financial impacts, this is an issue about fairness. As I love working for the city of Milpitas. I would like to stay here until I retire. And I hope that you take under your considerations that what we're asking for is not a matter of finance. It is a way that you can truly impact how each of the members in this union and can feel, and the contributions that we have into building a better community and organization, and back to an organization that I can recommend to colleagues down the road, like my mentors did before me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Mivan Kusiman, followed by Zuhal Lambert, then Michael Thomas. Welcome.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members, my name is Mivan Kusiman, and I'm a MidCon member in Public Works Solid Waste. In 2021, in the midst of the COVID pandemic and uncertain times for us all, we answered the city's call for assistance by voluntarily decreasing our pay increases. For years, we gave up our money and we gave it to the city because it needed it. When we learned that the city had a budget surplus and not a budget shortfall after all, we requested that the city reassess our contract, and we were told to wait until our contract expired. Now is that time. The other unions around us have surpassed us in salary increases. Team members who we supervise in other unions are closing the salary gap between us. Many of our MidCon members have left and are leaving for other agencies. We are being offered the same deal that other non-safety unions are. This does nothing to help with the compaction issues and doesn't acknowledge the sacrifices that we made. With our history, it is not equitable or fair. We came through for the city when the city asked us to. We waited until contract negotiations like we were asked. Even now, we are willing to compromise and we are willing to work with the city. We want to see the same treatment and ask the city to come through for us. Quick shout out to my MidCon members who came here for support. We, MidCon, respectfully ask you to reconsider our request. Thank you.
Next, we have Zuhal Lambert, followed by Michael Thomas, then Margarita Mendoza. Welcome.
Hi. Greetings, Honorable Mayor and members of the Milpitas City Council. My name is Zuhal Lambert. I'm the city's Environmental and Regulatory Compliance Specialist. I support the entire Public Works Department and by extension, the City of Milpitas community. In 2021, our bargaining group acted in the best interest of the city when we not only gave up our contracted salary increases, but extended the contract with lower salary schedule increases to help the city. The city told our group that our partnership would not be forgotten. I believe and sincerely hope that this city council would want to honor this 2021 handshake agreement in order to maintain honest and collaborative working relationships between the city council and staff who execute your vision every day. Otherwise, you will set a precedent of distrust and bitterness for future negotiations. Please consider that not honoring the 2021 agreement may result in lack of employee retention, thus losing valuable institutional knowledge, loss in productivity, lapse in customer service to the community we serve, and potential safety and environmental violations. I'm asking that you elevate my bargaining unit by agreeing to our request. Let us be made equal to the rest of the units in the city in ensuring that an equal playing field is maintained across roles and responsibilities. Please honor the commitment that was made. Thank you for your time.
Next, we have Michael Thomas, followed by Margarita Mendoza, then Henry Sung. Welcome.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. I'm Michael Thomas, the city's Economic Development Coordinator and a member of the MidCon unit since August 2022 when I joined the city. I enjoy my job and I enjoy working with my colleagues. But living in this land of milk and honey that is Silicon Valley is costly. The 2025 area median income in Santa Clara County for a one-person household exceeds $136,000 per the state of California. My current annual gross salary is less than the AMI for a one-person household in the county. Since August 2022, the Consumer Price Index for this Bay Area has increased 8.6% per the Bureau of Labor and Statistics. As a single-income household, I feel the financial pressures of cutting spending, trying to save, and live in Silicon Valley. Since 2021, PD, MEA, and ProTech each received 17% pay increases cumulative to that time, and Fire has since gotten a total of 18% increase, while MidCon has received 7% since then, which included surrendering a 4% increase between 2021 and 2022. I support MidCon's request for a 7% pay increase in addition to the 3% offered by the city to match salary increases like the other bargaining units. This increase and establishing longevity pay for service milestones and increasing vacation hours cap equivalent to ProTech and MEA creates compensation equity among these bargaining groups and incentivizes retention of MidCon members. Thank you.
Next, we have Margarita Mendoza, followed by Henry Sung, and then Vikas Seth. Welcome.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. My name is Margarita Mendoza. I'm a senior analyst in the Public Works Department. I'm a member of the Mid-Management and Confidential Employees Group, which is a dedicated team of professionals that help prepare department and city budgets, ensure that the city's bills and payroll obligations are met. We run the technology that allows you to hold this meeting. We carefully review and present development plans in the city, and we recruit and onboard city employees. It is very difficult for I and many in our bargaining group to stand here and address you tonight. We have the utmost respect for you and your commitment and leadership. Yet we are here tonight because we want to make sure you hear us. In 2021, as the city stated that budget times were near, MidCon made the difficult concession to help the city deal with its deficit. We did this because as professionals that know city operations very well, we thought that this concession was in the greatest interest of the city. Although a proposal of a 3% COLA is equal to what you offered MEA and ProTech, it is not fair and it is not equitable. In the past 3 years, the percentage of COLAs received by MEA and ProTech equal 11%, PDs equal 14%, and Fires equal 18%. So a proposal that brings MidCon's 3-year COLA to only 8% is not fair and it is not equitable. When you recently voted to increase your compensation, you stated that the increased cost of living, inflation, and number of hours you work. Everyone in MidCon has the same concerns as you did. Those are also our challenges. In the spirit of the golden rule, do unto others as you would do unto yourselves. Please recognize that a 3% 1-year COLA is not fair and it is not equitable. Please go back to the bargaining table and acknowledge the work we do each day to make this city run. Thank you.
Next, we have Henry Sung, followed by Vikas Seth, and then Ron Long.
Welcome.
It's going to be a heck of a way to switch gears and transition here. Good evening, Council. I was here previously on May 20th to express my concern over the Hall Park pickleball conversion, and I'm here to impress upon Council the importance to continue to support tennis here in Milpitas, not just for your residents, but also for visitors who come in here and enjoy your facilities. The national publication, the magazine publication, The Atlantic, recently published an article in August detailing the benefits of playing tennis and describing it as the world's healthiest sport. In one study in 2002, it showed that men who play tennis over multiple decades reduce the risk of heart disease. And separately, in a 2018 study, a Danish study showed that tennis players who play tennis over multiple decades generally lived a decade longer than their sedentary peers, including those who swim, those who cycle, and those who jog as part of their permanent routine. So on the 27th, this coming Monday, when the city decides to start renovating Hall Park by only adding pickleball exclusive lines on one half of the courts and removing effectively 2 tennis courts, this is not to support the tennis community. wishes to see. Just take, for example, in August, in the Milpitas 311 app, there were close to a dozen quality of life complaints regarding pickleball use, from illegal parking to marijuana smoke to general interpersonal conflicts, in which all of those tickets were closed without further investigation. Therefore, I urge the city to continue to find ways to support the world's healthiest sport, find ways to support pickleball in such a way that it doesn't create an antagonistic environment between the players of the two games and the residents and people who live in your community. With the Pickler that's coming in 6 months, a private facility here at McCarthy Ranch, there's really no reason to continue to go for more pickleball expansion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Vikas Seth, followed by Ron Long, and then Liz Medina.
Yeah, good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members, and city staff members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a Milpitas resident for 14 plus years and a regular tennis player at Hall Park. I'm here regarding the Hall Park construction notification, which is from October 27th to November 14th, and to request the city to continue efforts to find a permanent location for pickleball courts while restoring the converted tennis courts. About 4 months ago, the city committed to exploring indoor pickleball facility options due to concerns about noise, parking, and crowding around Hall Memorial. With this upcoming construction, I urge that all tennis courts remain intact and the pickleball courts stay temporary until a permanent site is secured. There are already 16 indoor pickleball courts planned at McCarthy Ranch, showing that the sport has viable indoor options. This aligns with the city's earlier directions, and I urge the city to restore Hall Park tennis courts at the earliest, as other tennis facilities at Milpitas are often fully booked during weekends and evenings. I also want to again highlight a safety concern. Pickleball players often cross active tennis courts, disrupting matches and creating a risk of collisions or stray balls. Until a permanent plan is in place, I request clear signage directing pickleball players to use the pickleball side entrance only. In closing, I urge the city to stay true to its commitment to find a permanent facility for pickleball at the earliest and preserve Hall Park as a tennis venue. With careful planning, both communities can be supported safely and effectively. Thank you.
Next, we have Ron Long, followed by Liz Medina, and then Matt Lambert. Welcome.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, my name is Ron Long. I'm a 13-year employee for the Information Technology Department, a small department which 7 of us are part of the MidCon organization. I want to kind of address 2 situations, two things. First being the inequities between other departments or other divisions than MidCon. First being vacation accrual, and the other being longevity. Those are 2 things that we use to be on the same level and not be singled out from one union to the other. The other thing I would like to address is the compaction issue. When I first started here 13 years ago, we employees were paying the city's portions of CalPERS. That was 7% that the cities paid. By the time we got around to our raise was during the COVID time. So this 3% that we gave back to you was going to be more or less our first raise, because the other raises was us paying the city's portion of the CalPERS contribution. So when we gave that back, it just feels like over time, we never got a raise. And we just keep compacting further and further, which is hard for retention and turnover. So with that, I would really appreciate if we looked at the outside fact-finding mission, look at what they do, and come to an equitable median negotiation. Let's see here. What else was I say? Well, that's good enough. Thank you.
Next, we have Liz Medina, followed by Matt Lambert.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. I'm Liz Medina. I work in the Planning Department. I'm usually on that side of the dais, recording a Planning Commission meeting, but today I'm here to represent my union. I've been the union, a MidCon union liaison. I want to do this in a different matter. I want to let you know how the inequity has affected me. my family. So I come from the Milpitas Unified School District, so I'm very aware of the culture of we. So in 2021, when we were asked to give up our concessions to help the organization, there was no problem there. I voted yes. But now I'd like for you guys to reconsider how it affects us, our families. I am a mother of 3. One is in college, one will be in college next year, and a high school freshman. It is very expensive to raise kids. Groceries, utilities. I'm also in the season where our parents are growing older. And as a Filipino resident, we modify our homes and their homes to keep them in-house. We don't do just to keep them comfortable and with us for as long as they can. So, I come to work, I'm very proud of the work I do here. I'm very proud of my peers and what they do for the city. So I'd really love for you to reconsider how the inequity and how disheartening it is just to know that other unions are getting paid more than us. We're just looking for fairness. Thank you so much.
And finally, we have Matt Lambert.
Welcome.
Honorable Mayor and members of the Milpitas City Council. My name is Matt Lambert. I'm a Bay Area native and former City of Milpitas Public Works staff member. I think it was fitting that here at this meeting where we honored the heroes, we have your own city staff asking for recognition. In 2021, I was a voting member of the Mid-Con bargaining unit, and the city told us of the financial crisis that was looming, that it would cause layoffs, and during the uncertain times of COVID-19. It was then we chose to help the city's budget. While we were reporting to work during the COVID-19 shutdown as essential workers, putting our own health on the line, we made salary concessions to do our part to get through those challenging times. The next year, the city had a surplus. The city told our group that our partnership would not be forgotten. I hope this city council would want to honor that pledge. I'm here as proof that Mid-Con employees will leave the city of Milpitas for higher-paying jobs in other local municipalities. And if Milpitas falls behind, this will leave the city's essential services shorthanded. Please come to the bargaining table in good faith and make my brothers and sisters in Mid-Con whole in relation to the rest of the units in the city. Thank you for your time and for putting Milpitas first.
Thank you. Is that it?
I have no additional public speaker cards, Mayor.
Is there anyone from the public that would like to make any other comments? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. And now moving on to Milpitas City Council Code of Conduct. I will read it. Be respectful and courteous. Words, tone, and body language do matter. Model civility. Avoid surprises. Praise publicly and criticize privately. Focus on the issue, not the person. Use electronic devices appropriately while on the council dais. Disclose conflicts of interest and affiliations related to agenda items. Separate governing from campaigning. The council speaks with one voice after making policy on issues. Respect the line between policy and administration. Council will hold one another accountable to comply with this code of conduct. And look at the announcements. I'm not completely on agenda. Going to do the announcements of conflict of interest and campaign contributions that I had missed earlier. Moving on to the announcements of conflict of interest and campaign contributions. We have Acting City Attorney Creech.
Thank you, Mayor. I ask the mayor and each council member whether he or she has any financial or personal conflict of interest related to any of the items on tonight's agenda.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
I have none.
Councilmember Chua.
None.
Councilmember Lamb.
None.
Councilmember Lien.
None.
Mayor Montano.
None.
Thank you. I further ask the mayor and every member of the Milpitas City Council to please disclose any campaign contributions of $100 or more received within the past 12 months from any of the parties entering into contracts with the city on tonight's agenda, or contributions received from development project applicants for development projects on tonight's agenda.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo?
None.
Councilmember Chua?
None.
Councilmember Lamb?
None.
Councilmember Lian?
None.
Mayor Montano?
Thank you, Mayor. Let the record reflect no reported conflicts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And so now moving on to the approval of the agenda. Does anyone have any changes to make before we make a motion? Is there a motion on the floor? I will make the motion. Is there a second? Second. So it was motioned by myself, Mayor Montano, and seconded by Vice Mayor Barbadillo. And so now we will call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo?
Aye.
Councilmember Chua?
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb?
Aye.
Councilmember Lian?
Aye.
Mayor Montano?
And I am an aye. Thank you. And so now moving on to the consent calendar. Staff, do you have any comments or changes to make?
No changes.
There are no changes from staff. Do we have anything from the council members? We have Council Member Lamb.
Yes, I'd like to pull out C6.
Okay, so council member will be pulling out C6. Is there any other changes? We have Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor.
Oh, hold on a minute. Let me get out of here.
I have the same item to be pulled out, but my suggestion is if we could table this next meeting, considering that we're starting late, and I believe that this would entail a good discussion so that we don't rush time.
Before you would do that, do you think it's going to take a long time? Or do you think it'll be something short?
I can respond to that. I believe it is. I believe that the first time that this program came about was approved based on the city manager's authority over a certain amount, and now and that I believe that or probably it came from a consented item at the time because it's under that contractual value. Now that we have increased the contractual value on the authority of the city manager to enter into contract, that's why this item is coming in. I see the importance and relevance of this item, and I just don't want to shortchange it by rushing with time in discussing it. So, as I said,
It's up to Councilmember Lamb. And just to let the public know, this is C6 is authorize the city manager or designee to negotiate and execute an agreement with Telemedicine Group DE for metabolic testing services for the police department. Okay, so.
Yeah, I have no problem.
Okay, well, we'll go ahead and table that for the next city council meeting.
Sorry, so to continue an item from the agenda requires a majority vote of the full council. So if you want to continue this item for a hearing at a later date, you need a motion and a second and a unanimous vote.
Okay, so so Councilmember Lamb, you're making a motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to table this to the next council meeting.
Okay, and then.
I second that.
And it is seconded by Vice Mayor Barbadillo. Okay, let's call for the vote. We'll call for the vote.
Mayor,
We're
can
in
I
the
ask the
middle of
police
a-
chief to provide any
middle of a-
schedule feedback on what postponing it could do to us?
Who's talking?
Oh, this is Matt Cano, Assistant City Manager. Sorry, I saw a police chief in the back of the room, possibly really worried if this got
We're in the
postponed
middle
from
of
today.
a vote, so. City Attorney?
In terms of controlling the discussion, Mayor, it is your discretion. You do have a motion that is on the floor, so you have authority to call for the vote.
I will ask the motion of the maker of the motion to either yay or nay. Do you want the chief to speak on that item?
Yeah, I'd like to hear what the chief have to say.
Okay.
Good evening, Council. Jared Hernandez, serving as your police chief. Thank you for the opportunity to address the timing issue. We normally do this program in October. The reason that it hadn't gone to council before is because it was a one-year use it as we use it program. But what we're trying to do now is lock pricing in. That's why it's a 3-year contract, which then makes it go beyond the city manager's authority. So nothing's changing except for me trying to ensure pricing as we go into the fiscal uncertainty that we're going to be approaching pretty soon. As far as the scheduling, we were hoping to do this in October, which the company committed to us that they could still try to do before the end of the year. My concern is that if we put it to the next council meeting, that I'm going to miss that window to be able to do it for this year. It's going to push me into calendar year, and I don't know what their scheduling is beyond that. I know that they're willing to work with us between now and the end of the year, the current year, calendar year.
So are you saying that if we miss that window, we will have to pay more if we contract out?
Not pay more, there may not be an opportunity to schedule them.
Okay, well, it's up to
Is
the maker of the motion.
the next council meeting is next week,
28.
28th. Is 28 too late for the?
I'm telling you, I don't know. We getting it to this point, we wanted to do this before, but even getting it to this point was a challenge. So I'm already later than I want to be. I just want to put that out there. You guys can still make the decision as you would as a council, but that is a risk for that I'm concerned about. And I can't call the company right now to ask them if that's a scheduling matter for them or not. I just know that we're already at the late end of what we're trying to do.
Are there any other comments from any council members? Okay. We have a Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
Right. I do understand the possible implication of what Chief is saying. The question becomes this issue, this item has substantial monetary consequence. It's 206,000. My question, which I will ask for more information, is this service or is this program covered by a medical insurance? There are things that interplays with this kind of program. As I said, I believe that this was initiated initially under the contractual power that didn't go to the council. I may be wrong. And the reason why it's coming back now is because it's beyond the contractual authority of the city manager, which I do not question. It's just that I needed more information on what program this is. Is there an overlap? Is this something prudent for the city to do, and things like that? And it's not purposely to delay. It's because we started late. As I said, this will be a lively discussion full of facts for us to consider, and it's getting late. So if it would be possible, let's move this to the next council meeting. We'll put it in an open agenda and let's discuss this. And maybe from now on to the time when council considers it and do their due diligence, maybe it's going to be approved without necessary delay on the 28th. It's just that I'm asking time. That's why my one vote, and I believe Councilmember Lam echoes the same. It's not about outright a decision. It's about being prudent and base our decisions on expenditures.
I do understand that. In the budget study session, when the funding became a line item for this program, it was explained extensively to council at that time. But if there is currently questions, I'm happy to answer those on whatever council's timeline is.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and we did get a briefing on this when we have our briefing meeting. So, Councilmember Lamb, do you have any thoughts on this?
I have my.
Okay, let me go back to Councilmember Lin.
So instead of pull this to discuss and get it done with today, we spent the past 7 minutes just going back and forth. Why don't we just discuss this now and get this done instead of pulling it, removing this item for the next meeting? What if it impacts the department? And this is more of 5 minutes discussing. While we are here going back and forth, he's already here.
Correct.
The chief is here, the department's here. We have the question, ask the question. Why pull it?
So it all falls back to you, Councilmember Lamb.
Yeah,
Mayor, there's a motion and second. We can call for a vote, and if it fails,
Yeah,
then it would
let's
not be
just-
tabled.
well, let me ask the chief, do you are you prepared to answer all the questions?
Absolutely.
Okay, then,
So you're going to rescind your motion, okay.
yeah, then I will withdraw my motion. If we can finish in,
Discuss it, okay.
yeah, 20
So-
minutes.
Okay, so who was the one that made the motion and seconded? Was it me? Made the
Well, I make
motion,
the
seconded, so that
motion.
way we could go ahead and just, because we're voting on the consent calendar, we just pulled this one out, but now we're going to put it back in.
Yeah,
So when
just-
the item comes back,
well,
we'll discuss it.
I put this out and then withdraw the motion for table for next meeting.
So we're going to pull, yeah, we'll put it later, we'll talk about it later.
Okay.
When it comes down the line.
Mayor, we do still need public comment for the bulk of the consent calendar. As I understand the current procedure, the motion is withdrawn, no motion is on the table. We need public comment before taking a motion on
Okay.
the calendar.
So there's comments from the public.
I have no public speaker cards, Mayor.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and pull this for the next round, and then we'll just go ahead and we're going to take the vote for the consent calendar.
We need a motion and a second.
Somebody has a motion?
Okay, let me get this clear. Are we pulling C6 for discussion? Okay, because I heard we're putting back into the calendar. All right, I move to approve the consent item except for C6.
Second.
Okay, so it was moved by Councilmember Lin, seconded by Councilmember Chua. So let's call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
Nay.
Councilmember Chua.
Yes.
Councilmember Lamb.
Aye.
Councilmember Lian.
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
Yes. Okay. So now should we, City Attorney, do you want us to go do 6 now or wait till the end of the?
So the ordinary procedure would be that C6 would be put at the end of the agenda. The council by majority vote can alter the arrangement of the agenda, but that is for the council to decide.
All right, let's move to the community development. We have Councilmember Chua.
I move to move C6 for discussion at this time.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so we are moving that up for discussion now, and we have Councilmember Chua had motioned that.
Mayor, we still require a majority vote.
Yes, it was motioned by Councilmember Chua and seconded by Councilmember Lin. So let's call for the vote.
Let's do it now.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb.
Aye.
Councilmember Lian.
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
Aye. Okay. So go ahead, Councilmember Lamb.
When I start looking at this, the obvious thing comes to mind is, why can't this be covered by health insurance? I also, just for the council to know, I have spoken with the Chief Hernandez several hours ago. He answered my questions, but I'd like to share his answers with everyone else. I expect some council member has similar questions, so that's why I pull this item from the consents and let Chief Hernandez answer some of similar questions as I asked before. Yeah, one is why can't this be covered by the health insurance? And second, is this a volunteering or mandatory test? And third, after you take the test, what do you do with the data? Okay, thank you.
Great. Am I?
Yes.
Great. Thank you for the opportunity to answer the questions and clarify it, not just for the council, but for the public. I'm going to start with the latter parts of your questions first because they're easier, and then it's going to be a more in-depth probably conversation about healthcare. It is voluntary. It's not mandatory. As far as the information that we receive as a city, it's aggregated data. I'm not allowed to know X employee has these medical concerns. There's some HIPAA issues there, and that's why. The intent of the program is to mitigate workers' comp liability to the city, as you all know, in public safety, because the way that the profession is designed, specifically in law enforcement, that we're designed to be on high alert all the time. We're constantly dealing with critical incidents. We're having spikes in our heart rates and all these different things happening, and we're trained to be on high alert. All of these things equal cortisol that runs through our veins, which make us more susceptible to cardiovascular issues and heart attack and heart disease. So what the program is doing is trying to mitigate those risks for us as a city. If you look at the statistics, 46 is the average age of officers that have heart attacks. For civilians, it's 65. The life expectancy on national statistics for a police officer is only age 57. That happens to coincide now with the CalPERS PEPRA retirement age for our police officers. So we can expect towards the later parts of these persons' careers to experience cardiovascular issues, heart attack, stroke, and whatnot. 45% of officers having heart attacks were under the age of 45. Compared to civilians, it's only 7%. 56% risk of dying from a heart attack between the age of 55 and 59 in law enforcement. For civilians, it's only 1.9. All of these civilians are taking the standard blood test, the standard healthcare that normal citizens do. When you take a police officer that's working in a high-stress career, you can't compare them to the same demographic. We're not the same as bankers. We're not the same as librarians. We're not the same as stay-at-home parents. So when you do a blood test through your healthcare insurance, they're looking for very basic markers. What this company does is a very high-level blood test that you cannot get from your healthcare provider. You have to go to some private industry to pay for these more in-depth tests. What they're looking for specifically, things like PLA2 in these officers, that tells them if cortisol is actively running through their veins and if they're at risk of blockages. The other thing that this company does is imaging. It allows officers to see and gives their scores to their carotid arteries to identify current blockages. You have meetings with cardiologists, you have meetings with nutritionists, and they help officers plan their lives throughout their career so they can have the longest opportunity at longevity. And as a city, for the small amount that it costs us to do that, we can expect to catch issues before they become workers' comp problems for us or before officers die as a result of heart attack while serving. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yes. This is two parts. The cardiac and metabolic. So cardiac is related to a heart, and metabolic is related to diabetes and so forth. So why can this be separate into two tests? And you go to your, like us, we go to the annual checkup that's including blood tests, cholesterol tests, sugar tests. That's cover A1C tests. That's covering metabolics, and the cardiac is by testing the cholesterols. Why do we need this special test? And it costs so much for us to spend. And is our health insurance able to separate the two tests and do this two tests annually?
So there's two tiers of tests, as I explained to you earlier this afternoon. There's tier 1 and tier 2. And this goes to the Vice Mayor's questions about how this thing is built out and the total cost of it. So there's two tiers of testing. One is called Hard Start. That's just the high-level blood panels where they look for about 37 more markers than your normal physician would look for. The other part of it is tier 2, which includes all of the imaging and all those things. So we're not doing the imaging every year. It's every other year, how we have it laid out in the funding request. The short answer is that they look at your entire profile, all of this data, not just parts of the data, and they're comparing their pool to law enforcement specific because we have very specific issues in law enforcement. I'll give you a personal example. Myself taking this test year 1, I was fine. Year 2, I went for my annual checkup. My doctor told me I was fine. This program told me I wasn't, which led to a conversation between this cardiologist and my doctor, which put me onto some medications to make sure that I can continue living. So to get into the medical stuff, I can't tell you. What I can tell you is from personal experience that my doctors missed things because they don't test for the stuff that these people test for. And that conversation between that cardiologist and my healthcare provider allowed me to be in a much healthier place than I was.
Okay. Now, and our questions relate to the health plans we have. Have you talked to HR whether this cardio metabolic tests are we able to include that into the health plans?
The health plans that are offered are the ones through CalPERS, and this one is not offered through CalPERS. So you have your choice of your Kaisers, your Blue Shields, those types of things. This is not an offered benefit through our healthcare providers, no.
So it's not even offered by the health plan?
That's correct. It's not an option. I just signed up for open enrollment. I did not see this on there.
Okay, that's all I have now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So any other questions? We have Vice Mayor.
Lawyers are a stressful job too. And I am trying to be as healthy as anybody else, and I am relying on my medical provider. Right? So interestingly, I believe that the standard of medical care, which this medical insurance contracted with, are at par based on medical standards. If I want to have my eyes operated or a check, I do have the option to spend my own money and go for LASIK so that I get rid of my glasses. But it's if I have the same complaints to my optometrist or the doctor and really is aware of what's happening on my body, I could explain to my doctor that this is, and he will examine me, and this is the problem of my eyes. Now I'm given two options, whether I go for a out of network and out of coverage LASIK treatment, or I go to my medical provider, Kaiser, and do the old-fashioned surgery. The question becomes, right, and I do understand whatever profession it is, and I do respect law enforcement, and I do agree with you that it is the level of work stress probably is different from other employments, right? But the body of whether you're a police officer, you're a council member, or you are a lawyer, right, is personal to this person. So what I'm trying to point out is is this the only preventative measure that I, on my body, you as a law enforcement, be able to take, be able to pay for, so that you could accomplish a healthier life? If the question to that is yes, this is necessary, I do agree with you. We need this. But if you tell me that there are other avenues that can cater for this specific medical service, such as our medical provider, why don't we go to that option and have a personalized relationship with the doctor, that doctor could provide referral to specialists that would cater for a particular condition, whether it's mental, whether it's cardio, whether it's respiratory. Your general doctor would not treat you. But if you provide proper conditions and your doctor can see proper prognosis, this doctor will refer you to specialists that will take care of this illness. So bottom line is this necessary? As I said, with all the self-preservation practices that the police department have, and the available medical resources that we have, is this a necessary expense for the benefit of the welfare of the police officers? So that's the question. It's predicated on not only cost, it's balance. It's balance of available medical care, it's balance of cost, and it's balance of available medical insurance that we have. This city, we are paying substantial premiums for medical insurance, and we do have choices on the medical insurance that we can have from the city. And neither of them, I believe, would be substandard, that would not be able to cater for a particular illness. So that is the point. If you tell me that this program caters for at least a huge percentage of the police officer, and for the duration of the year that this program has been running, it manifested substantial need for it, which I haven't heard just yet, then maybe, right, I could consider having to approve this program. My pardon, right? Maybe I resonated differently the first time. The reason why I wanted this tabled out, because I believe that these questions that we posted need more substantial answers, fact, then we can decide on it. Whether it was brought just now or it could have been brought last month, I do not know. But the fact is, this city will be spending 226,000, right? And we want to know. It is our duty to the community, to the people, to explain to them that yes, this expenditure is necessary for the welfare of our police officers. That's what we want to accomplish by asking questions, given the data and reasons why this is necessary to be approved. So there's the question. Is this a necessary need for the police department? And if it is this not being provided for by our existing medical providers when the individual patient talks to the medical provider, the same thing as he talks to this specialized doctor, and this medical provider will refer them to a specialist along the network. And hence, that would be covered by an insurance, our own medical insurance, and save the city that amount of money.
My answer to your question is yes, it's necessary. And I'll explain why I believe it's necessary. I cited my own example where my healthcare provider, who I see, told me that everything's fine. But she's comparing me to bankers, people that have very different lives. Our markers within our demographic and law enforcement change. There's other success stories within our department where people had learned things about their health that they didn't get from their healthcare provider. If standard healthcare were sufficient, the statistics that I read to you earlier would not exist. This company specializes in cardiovascular health within the law enforcement community. I think it's really that simple. What they are designed to do is early detection. And it's not just about the officer's health. It's about limiting workers' comp liability for the city, because cardiovascular health is presumptive under workers' comp. It doesn't matter if you're having a heart attack at Great America or having a heart attack in your patrol car. The city owns that liability when it comes to workers' comp. So I'm talking about spending money to protect the city when we have changed the retirement age for our police officers to be that of what their lifespan is. When you have police officers, based on those statistics that are national statistics that I shared, having heart attacks so early in life, we can expect that to be a very common occurrence. We've had officers have heart attacks in the police department. So this happens. And what I'm trying to protect is the city. As far as the $206,000, that's not an annual cost. That's a 3-year contract. There's 2 tiers of service that this company provides. The Hard Start that I mentioned and Tier 2. Hard Start is $399 per participant, and Tier 2 is $924 per participant. In 2022, when we first rolled this out, 75% of the organization participated. That's 91 participants. The following year, it was a little bit less, and the following year, it was a little bit yet less. The funding that I'm asking for is an assumption, and that assumption is that at least 120 employees will participate. I don't think that will happen, but I also don't want to say, your life is more important than your life, so I'm going to let this person do it, but not you. So I'm asking for money for all of them to do it, but I don't think that everybody's going to do it. The other part of it is that if it came down to it and the city was in such a fiscal situation where this money needed to be allocated elsewhere, then we don't do it for that year. What I would like to do is lock in the company to this pricing model so we can know what to expect. But I'm standing in front of you telling you I don't think over the 3 years that we're going to spend $206,000. I just don't. The first year of Hard Start was about $38,000. The next year, Tier 2, was right around 80, I think.
I just don't like right around. I run figures, and what I heard is you're generalizing a doctor that makes a diagnosis because he compared to you to a banker or whatnot. No, doctors don't operate like that. They ask you what's your job. They ask you if you smoke. They ask you if you exercise. You know, these are capable medical providers. To discount them, saying that they don't know, they misdiagnose you, this is better, then I don't know, give me a proof that that's true. Then I will agree. Because, you know, tell me, if your doctor, if you don't like your doctor and did not give specifics, then you go to another doctor. But what I'm saying is every doctor would know, you know, we have a patient chart, who we are as a patient. They ask for medical histories. You know, heart conditions are not just based on stresses, they are based on genes. Most of the, I mean, you know, as a general concept of heart conditions, I mean, with these kinds of diseases. What I'm saying is any doctor, able doctor through our network and medical provider under our medical insurance would have the same knowledge and capability than any doctor somewhere else, at least for diagnosis. Because it can't be that they won't ask you what you do, and it can't be on the professional opinion that their prognosis of a certain individual is not only based on what they see, what they hear on your heart, but also, you know, they are trained to consider the stresses of the job that you have. So I do not understand, right, why this is better and why this is not duplicative of a medical provider that we have in a network.
Again, I'm not a medical professional.
Neither do I.
But I can tell you that almost every police department in the nation offers some form of health care. And if what you were saying is true, these statistics would not exist.
Right. The statistics that you're showing the council is statistics of longevity between law enforcement and ordinary citizens based on their heart conditions.
Because of their job.
Because of their job.
Correct.
Right. So, but you only differentiated the majority from a law enforcement. Where's the data, where's the chart that complains similarly stressful job that would be on a chart and it's not addressed by the medical profession? So you're telling us that, okay, this particular job have these stresses, and here's the statistics. Where in the statistics does it say that our medical providers would not be able to address those statistics, but only a specialized medical provider like what we are talking about would address such statistic? I do not understand. So we were saying that if you have a special condition, you have to go to a special doctor. You can do that on your provider. If you have a special condition, tell honestly what you feel, what your profession is, what stresses do you have, and then this medical doctor will either refer you to a mental professional, will refer you to a cardiovascular professional, or whatnot. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. Why is there a need of a preventive test that we spend on? Again, don't get me wrong, dollar amount is just a component of the decision-making process. It's not that. We care for the police officers. So it's a totality. Why can't we get it from the existing providers? Why our medical insurance? We have three choices, I believe, with our medical insurance, right? Kaiser, Blue Cross, and the county, which is a trauma and a teaching hospital, I believe. So,
Okay, we have Councilmember Lynn who wants to.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Chief, do you know if any other cities using this?
Yes, a lot.
Okay.
It's the only organization that I'm aware of that's endorsed by the International Associations of Chiefs of Police for this purpose.
Thank you. And to go to Vice Mayor's point, why not go through our insurance? I don't know if any of us kids having sports, let's say MHS, they have to get a, what is that called?
Medical clearance?
Medical exam, right? We have to pay for it. Insurance don't pay. So there are certain things insurance will cover, and certain things, if it's work-related, they would not cover. So I'm not sure if this is one of the circumstances that they don't cover. But $206,000 based on your request for the 3 years, it's about $68,000, a little over. And you also mentioned that it's not going to be that total amount used for the 3 years. It depends on who uses it, right? But you want to make it available for every single one of them. So thank you. That's my comment, and I don't know if there's no other comment. I would like to approve this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I want to make a couple of comments. So I don't know about you, but if I was a police officer and I had to always, when I go out on my rounds in the beat, you always have to be careful if you're going to get shot or if you're going to be, that's stressful. You know, you always have to look, be on guard. And every day, if you're full of stress, it does affect your heart. You know, there's been studies that's shown that stress causes death. It affects your heartbeat, it affects their breathing, and even your appetite. So, for me, I think this, I'm going to vote yes on this. So I want to hear from that. I guess we'll take the vote now. Are you ready for the vote?
Sorry, we don't have a motion yet, and before we can have a motion, we would need public comment.
So, Councilmember Lin, do you have is there a public comment on this item?
We have Voltaire Montemayor.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of City Council members, City Manager, staff, Voltaire Montemayor, Milpitas. Yeah, I'm for both sides, and all sides actually. My wife is a nurse, so maybe on the side of City Council member or Vice Mayor of Barbadillo. But me, as a living example, would be more on the side of the city or the employees, or I think in the whole thing that is getting the beneficiary. In other words, I would say if that's very important, I will consider it's negligible amount, because cardio is the heart, the blood, and the vessel. And there's complication on the interconnection. We go to metabolic part, that is sugar and fat. So if those complicate, and instantly if an employee or a officer needs to see somebody, like if you have a problem with the eye, like the Lions Club, they could see your vision check, but still I could go to Kaiser Optical, my optometrist. So in other words, if you consider that amount too much, then it's up to you. But for me, it's needed because it's instant. Somebody's feeling bad in himself, herself, then it's up to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else from the public?
I have no additional public speaker cards, Mayor.
Okay, I need a motion and a second. We have a motion by Councilmember Lin, and we have a second by Councilmember Lamb, right? Okay, one more question.
This 26,000, if it's not used up this fund, it will go back to the general funds? Or it will be part of your police budget?
Councilmember Lamb, to clarify, this would authorize a contract with a not to exceed amount. Every single year when you budget, you get to decide whether to budget for this item in ongoing years.
Yes, I understand. And this budget amount, as Chief stated, may not be used up each year.
Correct. So if you budgeted in one year and that fund was not used, then that money was not used, then like all other parts of a departmental budget, it would go through our waterfall process and go back into reserves and funds.
Okay.
Okay, all right. Now, are we ready for the vote? So we
still need a second, Mayor.
For the motion, I mean, and second.
So to clarify, Councilmember Lian has a motion to approve.
Motion.
There has not been a second yet.
Is there a second? I second it. So it was motioned by Councilmember Lin and seconded by me. Let's call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
No.
Councilmember Chua. Councilmember Chua.
I pass for now. Go ahead and take the.
So you abstain?
No, I pass. It come back to me.
Okay.
Councilmember Lamb.
Abstain.
Councilmember Lien.
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
Aye.
And then coming back to Councilmember Chua.
Abstain.
Okay, so what does that mean?
We have 2 yeses, 1 no, and 2 abstentions, which means we have a majority of those voting. It passes.
Okay. All right. So now moving on to, and thank you for everyone for a very extensive dialogue. Community Development, item 11, City Manager.
The next item is a presentation on the 2025 legislative season update for both the state and federal earmark requests, as well as a legislative update. Alex?
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. We can get the presentation up, please.
Are you
There it is.
Okay, there it is.
Yeah, we can go on to the next slide, please. So tonight's presentation will be broken down by the federal level, focused on the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, also known as H.R. 1, and its impacts on the city and the Milpitas community. And similarly, the fiscal year 2026 California state budget will focus on impacts as well. Please note the presentation focuses on an abbreviated version of what is in the agenda report and information memo that was issued a few weeks ago. So I'm going to move through these slides relatively swiftly in the interest of time, and since you've already read the material. Next slide, please. Staff is before you tonight on what is day 21 of the federal government shutdown. We as staff are learning more about H.R. 1 and the potential shifts from direct federal support on programs related to climate action and the social safety net. We will discuss a balanced approach this evening, whereby there will be some tax incentives that actually help local businesses and private investment. But notwithstanding, the One Big Beautiful Bill will likely increase the burden on the state's budget and potentially reduce support for local governments throughout the state of California. Depending on how things play out, the city of Milpitas may be forced to prioritize revenue-generating developments over other community needs, such as safety net programs. Because of the government shutdown and the nature of the One Big Beautiful Bill, the effects are currently unclear and may change when the federal workforce returns to work. Next slide, please.
So a quick question, do you want us to wait till your presentation to ask questions, or?
If that's okay, that'll allow me to get through the presentation much quicker. Is that okay, Mayor?
Okay, yeah.
Thank you. Okay. So this slide focuses on cuts to Medicaid, Medicare, the Affordable Care Act, and SNAP. The One Big Beautiful Bill includes a $1 trillion reduction in federal Medicaid spending and $186 billion cut to the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, better known as SNAP. The California state budget will take on a larger share of Medicaid and SNAP costs, which may result in an increased strain on the local social safety net. These programs are vital, as approximately 1 in 5 Milpitas residents rely on Medicaid. That equates to almost 16,000 residents. The city should expect more medical calls to the fire department due to what may be an increase in uninsured individuals, which may put a strain on the city's public safety team and budget. H.R. 1 imposes strict work documentation requirements and restricts Medicare and other programs for non-citizens. That includes green card holders and immigrants, which may increase reliance on local aid and reduce sales tax revenue. And changes to the Affordable Care Act tax credits may result in raised premiums, creating an environment where more people are uninsured. Next slide, please. This slide focuses on immigration enforcement and economic impact. The federal government is investing $45 billion for increased detention capacity throughout the country and $30 billion for enforcement staff, with just over $12 billion to be used for deportations and enforcement. Milpitas' foreign-born population is larger than that of Santa Clara counties, and importantly, staff has learned that approximately 25% of the Milpitas population is not U.S. citizens. There are examples throughout the country and state where highly visible enforcement actions create a more unsympathetic environment, which potentially discourages high-skilled foreign nationals from locating here in Silicon Valley and negatively affecting our workforce and talent searches. Funding is directed toward enforcement efforts during the 2026 Super Bowl and World Cup, with public statements potentially discouraging international visitors and reducing the anticipated positive economic impact. Next slide, please. Now, in the interest of time, I'm only going to hit on a couple of these. So you likely have heard the Community Development Block Grant Program continues to be in flux. A recent presidential executive order now mandates that Community Development Block Grant funds benefit persons with documented immigration status only. Because of this important change, the City Manager's Office notified the CDBG subrecipients of a risk that funding may be delayed or unavailable due to new or unclear compliance requirements in the revised fiscal year 25-26 CDBG grant agreement. Next slide, please. So same thing here, I'll just touch on a few items in the interest of time. The Inflation Reduction Act credits repeals or restricts numerous tax credits that previously qualified for elective pay for certain energy and climate resiliency projects through aggressive phase-out timelines for specific credits and eliminates others. The Inflation Reduction Act tax credits accelerates the phasing out of several clean energy tax credits, including clean air vehicle purchases, which ended on September 30th, 2025. The low-income housing tax credit permanently increases housing credit allocations by 12%. This helps states finance more affordable rental housing projects every year. So these measures may incentivize the development of a greater number of affordable housing units, which in aggregate increases supply and brings down the rental cost burdens on renters. Next slide, please. Earlier, I mentioned that some provisions under H.R. 1 may help people and businesses through a variety of tax cuts. On the left-hand side of the slide, that represents individual tax provisions, and on the right-hand side of the screen, there's information illustrating business tax provisions. Again, I'm only going to highlight a couple provisions in each column in the interest of time. Notable individual tax provisions consist of a tip exemption for service workers as well as overtime pay, and a permanent increase in child tax credit of $2,200. On the other side, notable business tax provisions that will help our tech and advanced manufacturing businesses include a bonus depreciation for equipment and production property deduction for businesses. Staff anticipates that certain demographics will increase their disposable income, and the business community will realize positive impacts that help the local economy, and also it'll accelerate capital expenses for the business community. Next slide, please. So this is a transition slide. I'm moving from the federal government's One Big Beautiful Bill to the state. So what we'll discuss next is the 2025 legislative positions update, again in abbreviated format, and then the fiscal year 2026 California budget impacts. Next slide, please. Per the city legislative policy, the city manager's office coordinates with the mayor to identify state bills in their early stages that are likely to have an impact on Milpitas. Section 4.3(1.1.2 of the legislative advocacy policy on procedures allows the mayor or the city manager to sign a letter supporting or opposing legislation on behalf of the city if the proposed legislation is generally consistent with the city's legislative guiding principles. The city has officially taken positions on 12 bills during the 2025 legislative season. What you see on the screen summarizes 4 of the 12 bills. In terms of SB 456, this is Ashby, Contractors Exemption Muralist. This action was signed into law on October 13th of this year. It allows for the exemption for muralists from the restrictive and expensive contractor licensing requirement. The city issued a letter of support for this action. Moving to the next item, SB 445, Wiener Transportation Projects Permitting. This bill limits local government's authority over public infrastructure. The bill did not pass, and the city issued a letter of opposition. Oh, can we go back one slide, please? Yep, thank you. The next one is SB 707, Durazo, Open Meetings, Meeting and Teleconference Requirements. SB 707 is a bill that sets standards of openness and dictates the precise operational details of how meetings must be conducted. Although the city issued an opposition letter, the bill was signed into law on October 3rd, a few weeks ago. And then this last item, I will spend a little bit more time, SB 79 Wiener. This is a housing development related to transit-oriented development. The SB 79 was signed into law on October 11th. The city sent 3 opposition letters on May 1, August 22nd, and September 5th. SB 79 supersedes local zoning near transit stops, and effectively allows transit agencies to control height, density, and design in residential development. SB 79 residential projects are eligible for density bonuses, adjacency intensifier, SB 35 streamlining, and CEQA exemption. This bill has the potential of impacting investment in the Milpitas Innovation District, which, as you know, are 75 acres around the transit center, and that could pose a risk for new jobs and revenue in the future. Next slide, please. And I'm almost I'm almost there, just a few more slides. So the impact of the fiscal year 2026 California budget, this slide and the next will focus on just that, the budget and potential impacts to the city and the Milpitas community. An almost $12 billion deficit was closed through cost-cutting mechanisms, program reductions, and the use of reserves. The state budget has taken a hit due to the One Big Beautiful Bill, the early 2025 Los Angeles fires, and revised economic forecasts due to such things as tariffs, inflation, slower growth, and rising unemployment rates. Immediate local impact at this point is that all 4 of our Milpitas state funding requests have yet to be funded. Prop 36 was passed by voters in November 2024 to enact tougher penalties for drug and theft offenses. The $100 million for Prop 36 may be insufficient to meaningfully advance the legislation's goals. Next slide, please. So other notable program impacts, this slide focuses on Medi-Cal, homelessness, and housing funding at the state level. In terms of Medi-Cal, you likely already know this, it's California's Medicaid program. This is a public health insurance program which is financed equally by the state and the federal government. The state has enacted an enrollment freeze for undocumented adults. Medi-Cal members between the ages of 19 and 59 years of age who are undocumented will be required to pay a $30 monthly premium to keep coverage. The cuts to Medi-Cal, imposition of monthly premiums, and the reinstatement of asset limits will directly impact the state's most vulnerable populations. In terms of homelessness, the Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Program will not receive any new funding in fiscal year 2026. Homelessness program funds are contingent on a compliant housing element, which of course we have, a pro-housing designation, which the city does not have at the moment, and a demonstration of progress on key housing performance metrics. The city of Milpitas does not receive any funding or money from this funding source, but the city of San Jose and the county of Santa Clara do. So these agencies and a lack of resources, if they come under strain, may increase the reliance of Milpitas's homeless resources and emergency services. In terms of housing, $120 million has been set aside for the multifamily housing program, which is 1/3 of last year's allocations. $500 million for the low income housing tax credit program, and $300 million for the California Dream for All program, which is a down payment assistance program for first-time home buyers. BAFA, which is the Bay Area Housing Finance Authority, will not receive any funding in fiscal year 2026. And budget trailer bills, AB 130 and SB 131, impose a 6-year suspension on new residential building standards at both the state and local levels through 2036, and which is meant to help stabilize construction costs and streamline the CEQA environmental review. These bills are expected to stimulate the development of both affordable and market rate housing. And next slide and the final slide. So next steps, staff will continue to track and monitor the impact of the One Big Beautiful Bill on the city, projects and programs, and update the mayor and city council as developments occur. The recommendation is to review and accept the 2025 legislative season agenda report, including an update on the 2025 state and federal earmarks request. So that concludes staff's presentation. I'm joined today by our economic development specialist, Cal Zubair. He's conducted significant amount of research, so he and I are here to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And is there any questions from the public?
Aye.
Cards?
Voltaire Montemayor.
Voltaire Montemayor Milpitas. Yeah, whom else can we ask figures but this group? So they have their files, and it seems like the earmarks, if that's our word that I'm not good in vocabulary. So they have shown the earmarks. I think that those are for a specific budget for a certain amount of money. From I think I saw SB state bills. So we're down here, state, county, and city. So for me, they're doing great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? If not, we'll close the public comment session and move on to council discussion. Any comments from my colleagues? We have Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. When you emailed me, if I have questions, I didn't because it's very informative and it's very detailed, just to be honest. What one resonated to me during your presentation is we say we will continue to monitor and track. And when we were talking about those bills, several times you said that, hey, the city of Milpitas wrote an opposition to those bills, right? Just a thought, right? I've been, as council member, we've been members of the board for different public corporations outside the city, and I would like to share, my experience with SVCE, right? As you know, SVCE is the its mandate is to reduce as much as we can carbon footprint. And there are a lot of legislations that either support or limits these costs. And during, which I am still now, during our discussions and tenure, there are the same entities like SVCE that maintains a certain group to advocate for them against what this collective group of this collective group to try to write a stronger opposition to legislations that we believe is contrary or is affecting the organization. Maybe that's a good thought, right? I'm sure that this big, very beautiful bill, as somebody calls it, right, is affecting not only the city of Milpitas. And if each council on other cities would have a report, believe me, it will resonate the same way that you had reported. So maybe a collective effort, or at least a collaboration with cities that's affected by by these legislations, would bring us to a stronger voice to our legislators up there, and instead of individual city opposition letters to ask for them to reconsider or change the way they formulated the laws. So just a thought, right? I'm sure, as I said, as new as this big beautiful bill is, same cities have the same problem, and if we have a collective effort, maybe we could make that better change.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Barbadillo. I am a part of what's known as the Santa Clara County Legislator Coordinators Group. We meet once a month, and I'm happy to say that Bennett Chang of SVCE is part of this group, and it's made up of representatives from various cities as well as regional agencies. And we do work very much in a collective effort, and we're always sharing information, and especially when it comes to opposition and support letters or various entities that are sponsoring bills. So yes, I would say to you, very well said. Our October meeting is actually scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. So if the city council is interested and wants to, well, we can include information in the biweekly, the city manager's city council biweekly, and or as we continue to work through the legislative advocacy policy, we can include information related to these monthly meetings if that's of help. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And also, does your group collaborate with the Cities Association, because they do have a legislative committee, and also the California League of Cities? They either, when they're against the bill, they let all the cities know, so they do collaborate. Does your group also The one that you're on? What is it called again?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, this is known as the Santa Clara County Legislative Coordinators Group. And yes, we're in conversations and sharing information. Also, the city manager's office receives information from the California League of Cities. So
That's
yes,
That's
we're
good.
oftentimes that's how we're getting information on whether we should oppose or support. We want to be in line with the California League of Cities as much as possible, and of course, depending on what the city council desires, as long as it meets the legislative advocacy policy
Yeah.
and its guiding principles.
Great. So I'm glad you're on top of it because the amount of bills that's like hundreds. I don't know how you guys do it, but you have to sort through all of them and see which ones are going to have negative impacts on the city. So that's, I commend you for that, you and your staff. Thank you for
Thank you,
that.
Mayor. Yes, I want to make sure that you know and council knows that staff, our economic development specialist who sit next to me, Cal Zubair, has done a tremendous job on research and just keeping on top of all of the changing matters and concerns. Thank you.
Okay, any more comments from the colleagues? I have a couple. So on page 6, can you put slide 6, page 6?
Of the slide presentation? Okay.
Yes.
You pull back up the presentation, please. Thanks.
Is it related to the community development block grant?
Yes. So, on that one, which I know, have you guys heard if we're going to be cut or is it still in limbo?
I am going to pause and look to our Assistant City Manager, Matt.
Sure.
To answer.
Thank you, Mayor. We're still monitoring the situation. The federal government has released new requirements to receive CDBG grants, and our allocation of $555,000 for this current fiscal year. We would need to sign those new requirements in order to accept that. We're in a bit of a limbo phase right now because the federal government is shut down, and so we're unable to get further information from the Housing and Urban Development HUD representatives on exactly how those requirements would be implemented. And so we will be reporting back to council in the next few weeks just with a status report, but right now we haven't heard anything because the federal government is shut down and we haven't heard from our HUD reps.
Okay, thank you. So, I know we have, I think, 6 or 7 recipients, nonprofits that do receive these funding, but I'm afraid that in the future, we're going to have to really cut. We're probably only going to have like 3 or 4 recipients. I'm just, with the way things are going, I think we're going to have to start preparing. And the other one is page 7, or slide 7, actually. And that one, if I can remember what it was that I was, oh yeah, the Silicon Valley Clean Energy. I did get some calls from the Santa Clara County Real Estate Association, and they're very much against some of these energy efficient mandates from the state, but I don't know how the state is this a federal government or is this the state?
This is related to the One Big Beautiful Bill, so federal.
Okay, I just wasn't sure. So, yeah, I was just curious how that's going to affect, our climate action plan. But okay, then the next one is page 10, and then that's my last one. Page 10. So I'm glad that SB 456, the contractors exemptions from muralists, that's going to be, can you give us an update on that so we can, because that was the one that we were waiting for, to put the art on the pillars at the Great Mall?
Yes, so as I indicated, it has been signed into law by Governor Newsom, and that took place on October 13th. I think your question is more related to how do we implement.
When will we get it started?
Yes, I will see if,
Maybe
and
Renee.
yes, she is.
Because we've been waiting for 2 years already.
Yes, she will address your question.
Yes.
Thank
Good
you,
evening, Mayor, City Council. Renee Lorenzen, Director of
Recreation and Community Services. So before we had to put this on pause to wait for this action to happen, we had pre-qualified 5 muralists. So now that we can move forward, we will reach out and request specific proposals from those 5 muralists, get their proposals back, review those, select a finalist, and move forward with the project. So we can build a timeline and put it in the weekly of how long the project will take. And then we have a November Arts Commission meeting and we'll give an update with a more solid timeline there. But we do have qualified muralists selected that we're going to just move forward with.
Okay, and then it'll come before the city council so we could make the final.
We will incorporate city council in so they can see those final, the final drawings and make
Renditions,
comments
okay.
if they'd like to.
And so SB 79 passed, and I'm not sure, maybe in the future I'll ask a question how that will impact our city with the innovation. Maybe we can talk offline what exactly will be impacted, because it's.
Thank you, Mayor. As you know, we submitted 3 opposition letters to this one. This is a land use issue, and so Planning Director Jay Lee is also available. I believe that there's been conversations via council briefings, but I agree with you. This is something that the city and staff need to better understand how this may affect.
And if I could just add, on to what Alex Andrade just mentioned, we are doing further analysis, and we will plan on doing briefings with the city council with that further analysis in the very near future.
I'm happy to hear that. I did read, I think it's the California News that I subscribe to. There's several cities that are suing. I did send it to city managers, you and the city managers. So I don't know, when you have come back with that analysis, if you could include that about the lawsuit that many cities are suing the state over this one here. So, okay, that's it. Thank you very much. Okay, we already did the presentation, so I guess we have to make a motion and second. Or does anyone else have any more comments? We have, okay, if not, this motion and second. So we have Councilmember Lian.
Motion to approve.
Is there a second? We have Councilmember, and we have Vice Mayor Barbadillo. Okay, so let's call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb.
Aye.
Councilmember Lian.
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
Aye. Okay, congratulations. And also, can you send me a
Thank
copy
you.
of this presentation?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Will do. Thank you.
And any other council member that would like it as well. Okay. All right, now moving on to leadership and support services. Item 12, city manager.
The next item is a report of violations of the city's code of conduct, council handbook, open government ordinance, and the municipal code. And I'll just be providing some opening comments and then we can take questions.
Okay.
I just want to acknowledge that this presentation does not come easily. And in fact, I feel it's a little bit awkward. I want to be clear that this item is a standard process for public agencies when rules and regulations are not followed, and this is consistent with the code of conduct. Please note there's nothing personal about this matter. When I joined the city of Milpitas to serve as interim city manager, I understood that the council sought a seasoned city manager to bring to Milpitas experience and improved governance. I came to Milpitas to help the council fulfill these goals, and I believe in them. I knew that there would be challenges and opportunities to strengthen organizational integrity and processes. And I also knew that governance and role alignment played a large part moving Milpitas forward. We held a workshop on governance and role alignment on July 1st, where we went over the appropriate role of council members. And then later, I held a similar workshop with executive leadership in August. We have collectively worked very hard, and I have always deeply felt the support of the City Council over the past months. In any organization, there are setbacks and opportunities to improve. Part of good governance is not shying away from difficult issues, but learning how to grow from them. Through review of the materials provided in this item, you can see that the city's rules and regulations were not followed. As the Code of Conduct states, the council will hold itself accountable, and this is for the council to deliberate this evening. My role and duty as a city manager is to bring these issues to your attention when they happen, as uncomfortable as they may be to discuss. This matter also provides an assessment of where the organization is with improving governance and how a departure from role alignment severely impacts staff and exposes the city to risk. There are a lot of directions that this conversation can go tonight, and I hope that the outcome is one of growth, doing better, and moving Milpitas forward. In closing, the acting city attorney and I are here to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you very much. And so now, we'll call for public comment. Is there anyone from the public that would like to make any comments?
We
Mr.
have
Mont-
Voltaire Montemayor.
Voltaire Montemayor, Milpitas. Yeah, I also blushed on my face when there is deliberation or questioning of the presenters. But still, I admire you all, not mentioning names. But of course, on this code of conduct, I think I admire you all because the council speaks with one voice after making policy issues. So when we go home, we know that we did our best. I myself, sometimes I'm humbled just speaking for 2 to 3 minutes. So thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Montemayor. Is there anyone else that would like to make any more public comments?
I have no additional public speaker cards, Mayor.
No cards. Is there anyone else? Okay. All right, so let's move on to to council discussion. And we have Councilmember Lin.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess this question is for our city attorney. Why is this subject not in closed session? Why is it out in the public?
Happily. So closed session under the Brown Act is regulated to certain specified causes. This particular subject doesn't fall within one of the categories.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that and for that clarification. Anyone else want to make any more comments? Okay, we have one more. Well, this is follow up, Councilmember Lin.
I was going to use my time, but since nobody wants to ask. So I read the complaint. I also read one of the staff members' letter to the city manager. I'd like to ask the city manager, help me understand, and maybe the public too, explain why and what constitutes the interference between council and city manager's roles. And have you tried to resolve this between you and council member?
My microphone is on. Yes, and in fact, I believe sometime in September, I believe it was, Councilmember Chua, myself, and the city attorney, we had a good meeting where we addressed the details from a personal standpoint about each of how we felt personally and talked this through. And I believe that we cleared the air from the tense conversation that we had earlier, and we walked out as, you know, with carrying on business as usual. However, the council member interference, there's a couple of areas noted on page 98 of the council packet. And I think the first thing is to acknowledge that the way that a council meeting can be set is through the mayor or through a majority of the council. An individual council member cannot direct that a council meeting be polled or scheduled and then noticed. That has to go through the proper procedures that are your rules and your regulations. The other thing that is clear is in the text messages is, and clearly how the employee felt, is that this was to be done without staff involvement. And from her perspective, she understood that to be her bosses, whether it was either Assistant City Manager Matt Kano or myself. And then, so we talked about just the council interference with respect to getting the meeting scheduled, as well as not being able to work through her bosses, which I think is not even appropriate. It's not mentioned in the council handbook, but it's just not an appropriate action. And then also there's its interference because the only authority to schedule the council closed session is the city attorney. It's not even an authority that I have. I could request an item and the city attorney can process the information. The other items here, and if you look more in detail on page 98, they're articulated, is that the Muni Code explicitly states that except for the purposes of inquiry, the city council and its members shall not deal with the administrative staff, shall only deal with through the city manager. And so this is an area where on the staff person's day off, the council member approached the city staff and directed to begin the process of scheduling an interview. There's other procedural violations that are mentioned in the report. There's noted to your code of conduct says to avoid surprises and model civility. I can tell you that from about 4:15 to 5 o'clock on August 29th, there was a lot of scrambling between the city clerk, whether to publish the agenda or not publish the agenda, hold off, let's get more information, processing information through the city attorney's office as well as through the city manager's office, and trying to get as much information and get in contact with Councilmember Chua. When we got to about 10 minutes before 5, I think it felt like it was a surprise as the last minute dropped on us and trying to sort through issues and trying to make many calls. With respect to respect the line between policy and administration, there are rules for a subcommittee in terms of how it should proceed. That did happen the week after, where the subcommittee proceeded appropriately. But this is one where working through an administrative staff who has no training, has no knowledge of what to do, and advising her, this is where the role between policy and administration was also not followed. City council meeting agendas, your handbook, your open government ordinance, and your code of conduct, your council, I have council handbook and open government. It states that the attorney is responsible for closed session, the city manager is responsible for the coordination of the agenda items. Clearly, we were asked not to be involved in the process where the meeting was to be held without staff involvement and just the mayor and 4 council members, the candidate and the recruiter. Calling of a special council meeting, that's also a Muni Code and council handbook violation where, as I stated earlier, the council member does not have authority to call for a special city council meeting, and nor did the office special have authority to prepare and convene for those meetings. And then there's several other subcommittee procedures that were corrected the week after. But during that week, the council member acted independently to take action to interview a candidate and schedule the interview when the only direction from council was very different from interviewing the 3rd candidate. There was no new direction from the council between August 26th and August 29th. I sent an email to the council the week after where I particularly said because there wasn't going to be a council meeting scheduled, to get the majority of council to schedule a council meeting. I said, your willingness, your response on availability to schedule a meeting constitutes your willingness to have this meeting. So that's where I was trying to get the majority of a council. Once I had the majority of a council, we could go ahead and schedule the meeting as per the council's rules. I think I got them. But I would say there's a lot more detail on page 98. I just provided a summary.
Okay. I'll yield the time to my colleagues and I'll come back for more questions. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else has? We have Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor. There are two main points that I want to say first. The meeting I requested was scheduled with proper procedure and Brown Act compliant, excuse me, after the advice of the interim city manager, which I followed. Hence, the DA office said there was no violation. To me, that means the system works. Number two, the other issues like meeting notice requirements, directly reaching out to the admin, agendizing meetings, subcommittee concurrence, mayor's approval, just to name a few. I have been in this interview process multiple times and follow the same procedure, most recently with the hiring of the interim city manager. I have, like I said, been through interview process at least 4 times while serving as a council member for the last 5 years. 2 city attorney searches, 1 city manager, and 1 interim city manager. After the council interviewed the city attorney candidates, there was no consensus on the candidates. A council member and me suggested to interview another candidate. I brought this up with the subcommittee member, Vice Mayor Barbadillo, and he was fine with it. Also, I asked the consultant at the same meeting to get the candidate's availability and if the candidate is willing to be interviewed. A couple of days later, the consultant came back with the candidate's availability and willingness to be interviewed. I followed what I recall as the same process most recently used when we hired the interim city manager. And this is how it was done the last time. As part of the search, the subcommittee is provided with an admin support. I contacted our admin for council members' availability, book a room, and coordinate with the consultant for the candidate's availability for a meeting. At that search, I didn't do anything else. That was my role as a member of the subcommittee. The interim city manager's candidate interviews went as planned, and we hired Deanna as a interim city manager. Similarly, in this search, I used the same procedure. I contact the admin and said, these are the names of the candidate, and this is the name of one candidate that we want to bring back, and please keep it confidential. And it is the same admin that did the first one, the interim city manager, and I didn't have a problem. I didn't do anything. I just gave her the name, and she did it. On Friday, August 29, before 5 p.m., I got a call from Mayor to call Deanna. I called Deanna. She explained to me what the proper procedure was for the meeting. I understood what she said and thanked her. I said, thank you, Diana, for the clarification. Additionally, I asked her to act accordingly, whatever she thinks is best and proper to proceed. As noted, the interview was later scheduled with proper procedure and Brown Act compliance. It is important to note that I rely on our city staff's advice seriously. Hence, as advised by Deanna, the meeting didn't happen. As per District Attorney's statement, there was no violation. Next, Deanna said that she could sense that there was a tension between us. And I said, let's talk about it next week. At this point, I could also sense that she was agitated. Then she said she is resigning and giving her 2 weeks' notice. I was very surprised that I wasn't able to say anything. Hence, our 1-minute phone call ended. It took about a minute for this whole conversation. I called back the mayor to brief her on what happened. On Thursday, September 9th, a few days after the 29th, at 1 p.m., as suggested by City Attorney Chris, that it would be good to hash things out with Deanna and me. I agreed, so Chris, Deanna, and me met. On the contrary, the meeting was no hashing things out. It was to inform me about the alleged violations and the feedback from the district attorney's office. I was advised and was given by Chris paperwork and to read it at home. I was totally taken aback. I was puzzled why my feedback was not taken into consideration before they reached out to the district attorney's office. On October 17th, Deanna sent an email with a notice that item 12 was added to the agenda. It was not included when Mayor and I had our briefing on Monday, October the 13th. I was not able to read the email because I was with 92 high schoolers for manufacturing day. Consequently, I wasn't able to give my input to the final agenda. That's all for now. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Any more comments? Do you have a city manager?
I'd like to offer some clarification because there might be an issue with timing and certainly would invite the city attorney to speak to providing additional details. The issue regarding the DA, the DA's review is limited to the Brown Act. It's not limited to the local policies or ordinances or procedures or guidelines or code of conduct. At the time, it was referred to the DA because there was questions in terms of, is the intent to violate the Brown Act and have a secret meeting itself an issue for the DA to consider, or does the meeting actually have to occur? And so that's the purpose of getting their input, because if it was the DA's review that it was the intent of scheduling a meeting, which is the mayor, the 4 council members, and no staff involvement, then that would be a matter outside of the city's hands. The issues were corrected the week after, and I believe that took place between a call between the city attorney and the vice mayor of a conversation of what needed to take place in order to correct the matter, and then we began to properly notice the meeting. I have to say that in the meeting that we had, we did talk about the previous processes that were used with the city for my recruitment, and I believe that we were explained by the city attorney in terms of where the gaps were, in terms of the actions that councilmember took, as well as what were processes that had been missing through this part of the action of that week. And so I don't want to speak for the city attorney, but I do know that I sat in that meeting, and after you did say that you were trying to use the same process. The city attorney chimed in and said, no, there was the support from his office as well as the city manager's office and HR that guided you through several actions. And then in terms of the notice, I placed in the report, and I had hoped this report would come out earlier, but I understand the work issues related to the city attorney's office. I did place that I was delayed because I had been waiting for the attorney-client memo that the city attorney produced, and then from there, coordinating the public version of the report is where it stood. We didn't know, and I believe it was until Tuesday afternoon when we had a conversation that this item should come forward sooner than later. And we spent Tuesday and Wednesday writing the report and bringing it forward. And so thereafter, once the report was complete and ready for the packet, because we weren't sure if we were going to make it, I sent an email early on the 17th stating that I'm available to talk. I will hold up the council agenda packet until 3:30 for an opportunity to meet. And I have reached out several times to see if there was an opportunity to have a conversation. So I would ask Chris if he has any other comments about the nature of the meeting on the 5th with respect to the differences that we explained in that meeting of how the actions differed and were not similar to previous recruitments, as well as any comments on the 17th and the lateness of the report.
Do you have any comments, Chris?
So factually, what I can say is that my recollection of the conversation leading up to the meeting that Deanna and Councilmember Chua and I had to discuss the situation was that I informed Councilmember Chua that I needed to report back to the council, that I'd like to have a meeting to sit down and discuss the issues so that everyone could speak about what had occurred, and so that I could report back to council based upon what I had observed and what everyone had said. That's what I recall in setting up that meeting, the discussion happening. In terms of the procedure that was followed during the interim city manager recruitment, what I can say is that what I recall is that when the subcommittee was formed, it was expressly formed with a directive that said to conduct the search through the city manager's office. And I remember the subcommittee performing that function in that way, working through the city manager's office, having the city manager's office direct staff people who the subcommittee could work through, delegating those tasks, and then the subcommittee working with the delegated individuals. I do not recall at any point in time in that recruitment the subcommittee not working through the city manager's office.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, help me understand. So was there a Brown Act violation?
There was not a Brown Act violation, according to the district attorney's office.
Okay, so there would have been, but it was averted. And so I guess for me, we have a code of conduct, and the code of conduct, states we are going to adhere to that. My personal feeling, I wish, I'm not gonna say wish, I mean, I had hoped that we had more teeth in it, because when my personal rights were violated, when a former council member stole my domain, and that hurt me so much. I went to the district attorney and I said, what can be done about it? And I went to the city manager. He didn't do anything about it. So I'm just trying to compare that. We do, the code of conduct is really important. At the same time, we want to make sure that there is justice done in both sides. And I know that improved governance is really the key. We need to improve ourselves. We have to hold each other accountable. Former council members that were doing some things illegal, and they should have been held accountable, but they weren't. And for me, that's the big issue for me. I just need to make sure that we hold each other accountable, because what that council person did was not right. And and I violated my rights, and I didn't have a strong city manager to help me with that. So I'm just putting that out there. But we need to hold each other accountable. And I don't know how we're going to resolve this, but I do know that I do not want to, we have 4 options. I do not want to censure. I do not want to do an admonition. But we do need to take action. And those are my thoughts. And I do want to make sure that we have full council feedback from this on what we want to do. That's it. Any other comments? We have Councilmember.
I would only add, I would add
Go ahead.
that I was agitated during the conversation, as it said, and I don't want to go into the details. Councilmember Cho and I have had an opportunity to talk them through and hash them out, clear the air. And so I was agitated, and my email to the council supports some of the reasons why I was agitated in terms of some comments made. But I do want to acknowledge that here in the public record.
Thank you for that. And we have anyone else? We have Councilmember Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
A few months ago, I went to a movie with my wife, right? We did, right? And usually my habit is I sleep in the movies. And I only see a portion of that movie. We go home, we argue. No, this is what happened on that movie. I stood my ground. No, this is what happened. My wife stressed out to me that, hey, you were sleeping most of the time. You know how we resolved that? We watched the movie again. And then we made the same conclusion. Right? I like to tell stories. But here, my thoughts on this one initially is the same with Councilmember Lin. If we could put in a closed session to talk about a certain employee, a certain issue, why and what's the difference? But of course, I'll defer to the city attorney. Why would this issue be not in a closed session if we can find an issue similar to those the law allows on closed session? But I leave that. We're here in the open already, right? So before I start my thoughts and question, I would like to ask the city attorney to stop the council if he believes that we are going out of bounds of any privilege, whether if it's an attorney-client privilege or it's a closed session privilege. Please, protect this council, because I believe what was disclosed on the report may have been on the edge of such disclosure. I'll go back. Here's my first question. Who is responsible to decide whether an elected official like the council members violated something? I'll direct that to the city attorney.
So you're asking in terms of to take an action for that violation?
Not take an action. Who decides if a certain elected official has violated a code of conduct, has violated the Brown Act? I mean, forget the Brown Act. It's about it's the district attorney. Let's say all these allegations, the open governance, the council handbook, the code of conduct. Who decides? Who decides if, for example, I violated any of the provisions of these policies that were mentioned?
So in terms of legally, the determination on if there was a violation and then consequent action for violation of council policies is by the city council.
Right.
If what you're asking is
No,
who can
that's
come
what
to
I'm
a
asking.
conclusion about that, any number of people could. But if you're asking for the laws that are here to take action on those, the council
is the one that has the decision-making power.
Right. So until the council is presented with the complaint and the two-sided story, like that movie that I said, right, it is only when there is a determination whether a council member violated a conduct. Is that a fair statement? Okay, I take that as it is, right? You know what pains me? Look at the agenda report. Can we put it on the screen? You know what it says? City of Milpitas agenda report. It landed in most newspapers in the county. Report on violations of the city's code of conduct, council handbook, open government ordinance, and municipal code. Who decided that there were violations? I thought it's the council as a group, based on their censure policy, would determine a council member to be in violation of something. Would opinion suffice to put this in an agenda? If my opinion is Council Member Chua did wrong, is it sufficient for me to put it in an agenda? If somebody else believes, we're on assumptions and beliefs in putting this agenda tonight. So my question is, who assumed? Were there legal advices when this agenda report was written and presented to the public? That's the first. Second, right? Good that it was mentioned that I did talk to city attorney. And luckily, it seems that that averted as well, right, the violation of Brown Act. I did talk to the city attorney, correct me if I'm wrong, September 3 or September 4, right? The question is, why are there only 2 emails that were presented as an exhibit on this agenda report? It's just like my movie, right? I woke up, I saw those 2 emails, but I didn't see emails, for whatever reason, that started from the day after the closed session on August 26. What happened between August 26 communications all the way to these 2 emails put in this agenda report? What happens after the emails and communications after these 2 emails? There are September 2, September 3, September 5, and go on, right? So, yes, I did talk to city attorney on September 5, September 4, I believe, but why is there an instructions by the city manager on September 3? So, those are the questions, right? So, what is the answer? Why is there a conclusion that there are violations of a certain council member on this report? Wouldn't it have been better and prudent to follow what the newspaper said? At least the newspaper said alleged violations, because there's no determination of fault just yet. It should be presented to this council as clear as the censure policy said, that if there are complaints to a certain council member, you present it as a complaint to the council. The council sits as a decision maker whether there's a policy was violated. A lot. That. But here, I'll direct you to the same exhibit, right? There's another concept. If you look, the exhibit where it's the resignation email by the city manager. This was written August 29, and the timelines are just about right. It's about 5:30 p.m., right? It's a timeline within which that 1-minute phone call happened. But let's see, what does it say? Michelle called stating that she got a directive from Chua asking for the above request of a holding room for council only, polling the council, and confirming the candidate. Where in the email, if this is not something that is an opinion, would it say, right, Did it mirror on the agenda report? Compare that. On the agenda report, it is clear that Council Member Chua allegedly tried to schedule a meeting. I won't stop there. As I said, let's see the whole picture. Why not two things? Why not we present the public all the communications between the parties involved from August 26 all the way to September 5? Number two, right? It's mentioned in the report, and I will quote that. Again, it's the agenda report, not the email, which should be the same. It says here, what does it say? It's about the delay, right? It says here, help me out where it is, but I remember it says that city manager is working with city attorney. So where and how did the city attorney's office participate in putting the current agenda? That's the one question. Second question is, when and if the processes were followed when somebody reported to the police, to the chief of police, about a certain violation. How? So the timeline is between September 9, right? And the response for the district attorney is September 4. Sorry. Right, September 4. So that leaves us a few days. What I understand on the police processes is somebody made a complaint, police officers, law enforcement investigates, and if they believe that there is a prima facie probable cause that a crime is committed, they go to the DA and ask for it. What am I hearing? Oh, I will quote what has been said. Oh, we were only asking the DA to see if there's an intent. Man, we have a city attorney. Why don't ask the city attorney who is very able and knowledgeable? Why does it take only a few days? It was directed to the district attorney. I would submit that that should be fine. But look at the response of the district attorney, and it's still telling of what has been presented. That is on the report's exhibit. This is exhibit 2. Just look and compare it to the agenda report again. All right, if you look at exhibit 2, and I'll quote, and I will read, because this shouldn't be. I have reviewed the materials you provided and determined that there is no role for the district attorney's offer at this time. Did it say that there was an intent? Is there an attempt portion of a violation of a Brown Act? Why have we not looked at this deeply? You know that it involves the city for whatever it is worth, and why did we not utilize the city attorney's office to determine if it's indeed rightful and prudent to refer this to the district attorney? 4 days. District attorney right away wrote a letter. You don't have a role on this one. To me, they didn't even think about it because there is nothing there. All right, so I'll pass that. And that's the question I have for policy consideration later on. I want to find out how is someone from the city, whether it's staff or a council member, would be able to utilize law enforcement to see if there is a crime committed. I want to know if there was an investigation. I want to know what kind of report was provided to the district attorney as the basis of what this district attorney is talking about the email. So lastly, not last, because there's more. With regards to that instructions, again, when you scare me now, I get startled. And I'll tell you something. Believe what I said instead of something that I will think tomorrow of what I said today, right? Look at August 29. There is no mention of setting of a closed session or special meeting. In fact, it says there that somebody had instructed the office specialist to poll the council. That is on the September 3 email of the interim city manager. Look at that. When did I talk to the city attorney? September 4. When did I send the email saying that I concur with the subcommittee's recommendation with regards to proceeding appropriately? September 4. Why on September 3 is there a directive from the city manager's office to proceed with that? Do you want me to read that, Chris? I will. Tell me, I provided you a copy of the September 3 email. Is that something privileged?
What are you looking at? What's the title?
So it has a date. It's September 3. There's no title. It is... There's no title. It came from the city manager. No, an email.
So it's not part of the agenda then?
Right, that's what I'm saying. How could we
So-
decide? Right,
So, Vice Mayor,
right.
just to make sure that we're looking at the same document, you're talking about an email entitled Update on City Attorney Recruitment, and it's from September 3rd, 2025 at 1:42 p.m.
I believe so. Is it coming from the city manager?
That's correct.
Right. If
So
you could read that, I can find.
to answer your question, that does not necessarily constitute privileged information. What it states is that, in substance, it states that there is an update about the council interviews, that they have not gotten responses from the council, that once they get the dates of availability, Michelle will reach out to poll the council.
Right.
And just to clarify, the conversation you and I had was on September 3rd.
Right, but nobody knows our conversation until I send the email on September 4, unless you disclose our conversation on September 3 to anyone before I release my email very early on September 4. So it cannot be preempted unless there's a knowledge from anyone that we're good to go. But again, check that. Check that September.
I was told as the subcommittee staff liaison who had been working and supporting that you were going to have a conversation with Councilmember Chua
What
to
happens
begin
if
the
I didn't
process.
agree? So you were informed that I will have a conversation. What I have.
That the subcommittee was going to meet, which is something that I would be privileged to know as I was the staff liaison assigned to support the subcommittee. Every subcommittee, I had prepared the materials, I had prepared the agenda, and I prepared all the notes for follow-up on the work. And so I believe on that day, I recall the city attorney coming to talk with me and saying they're going to have a conversation about whether to proceed with the third candidate. I followed up, I believe, on September 4th with an email to the council after I heard that it was a go, that there was agreement to schedule. And because I knew that how to get a majority of the council, I said, your willingness to respond is what is constituting going forward with the meeting. There's an email from me on September 4th.
Right, and your email was on September 3 at 1:42 p.m. Good afternoon, just an update on preparing for a council interview. Currently, only Council Member Lam has responded to Michelle's polling requests. Cheryl has reached out to the candidate and asked for his availability over the next 2 weeks. So where on that statement have you learned that I agreed with Councilmember Chua when I agreed with her on September 4? You know, I don't know Councilmember Chua. Yes, I did talk to a city attorney that I will talk to Councilmember Chua. But how could anyone rely on my word that I will talk to Councilmember Chua? What happens if we don't resolve it? Then there is no consensus of the subcommittee. Then it could not be presented to the whole council. That's the main
Sorry,
core.
Vice Mayor, to interrupt you. It's 11 o'clock. To proceed further, we need a motion by the council.
All right.
See, that's what I'm saying. You know, we should have.
Okay, we need a motion if you want to continue or defer this for another moment, another time. We have Councilmember Lin.
Mike, we've gone this far, let's continue. So I motion to continue this.
Is there a second? Second. Okay, so motion by Councilmember Lin, seconded by Councilmember Chua. And so let's call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Lam.
Aye.
Councilmember Lian.
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
Aye. Let's continue.
Mayor, I just have a request. When we come back, whenever it will be, can we, with the review and you know, scrutinizing eyes of the city attorney, present the whole thread of that communication that led to the attachment of those 2 emails on the packet? Because to me, that will explain the whole situation. You know, we're deficient of time today, but there is a context why, if we rely on these 2 emails and text message, it would probably, I agree with you because I was asleep on the movie, that my conclusion would be different. But if we look at the threads starting August, let's start it August 24 because everything was pristine and proper, 24, 25, 26. Then we will know the whole story. That's just my request.
Okay, I would like to see a timeline, staff create a timeline. Is that what you're asking?
Yes, Mayor. So the email is a thread that started, I believe, August 26, all the way to, I believe, September 5, when our recruiter provided availability of dates of a candidate that we're supposed to interview.
Yes, and I just want to acknowledge on Exhibit 1, the date of those text messages, because I know that your question came up of where does it say a meeting? There is an email in the packet that confirms, I believe it's page 108, that confirms the candidate's availability.
Right.
And I think it was dated on the 25th. And I'm going to it right now. And then there's the dates of the text messages occurred on August 28th. So the calling for a confidential meeting is on page 101, and the availability is either September 1st or September 2nd as the offer. But I want to take a step back before I
No,
get-
it's okay. Let's continue it next time. So that's my request. Let's have.
But you know,
we're continuing it.
We're continuing. We're continuing.
We're continuing?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's that was her
Yeah, so
motion.
what I
right?
want to
That was your motion to continue it, yes.
Okay, sorry.
So I want to go back to answering some of the questions and then clarifying some of what may be some of the confusion. I just want to reference Muni Code, which directs the city attorney to be outspoken in giving advice on the validity of legal compliance on all matters. And recognizing that the Vice Mayor started with the EDGE disclosure, there is an opportunity for the council for the public to have the full information, because this report was coordinated with the city attorney. The city attorney edited it, redlined it, and we did coordinate the private release. And then I was advised on Tuesday that the best timing would be to begin now. However, there is an opportunity for the public to have full information by motion of majority of vote of waiving the confidentiality of the acting city attorney's attorney-client memo, which speaks to areas of violation and provides more context and detail. That is something that the council can decide, because I know the issue of who decides if it's a violation or not. It's the reason, and I'm trying to not go over the edge either, but I think if the council waived that privilege, then it would be very easy to transfer over the language used in the report.
Let's waive it.
Okay, and so that's one option.
I asked the council, let's vote.
If the council wants to waive the privilege of the memo?
Right, so each of us, city attorney, you can explain it,
Do
please.
you want to explain can you explain in detail more?
On if the council chooses to waive that privilege.
So what does that have to do with those options?
Well, you have then the full information is available for the public, and then the information in the attorney-client memo can be discussed more freely, right? And we're not going to have to push the edge, as the vice mayor said, in terms of what we withhold. It allows for us to toggle between information in the city attorney's memo as well as the memo here before the public.
Well, for me, I don't want to drag this on because we're making it bigger than what it is, in my opinion. I don't want to censure, I don't want to admonish. I just feel that, just for a comment. Do you have a comment, Councilmember?
Well, I wanted to finish responding to Vice Mayor's
Okay,
questions,
okay.
because
Go
he
ahead.
did pose a lot, and so I think
Go
that's.
ahead, Chris.
Oh, go ahead.
So so the privilege of the attorney-client privilege can be waived by the council. So if it's the council's will to waive the privilege over my memo, that is the council's choice. You can do that by motion and majority vote. In terms of process and procedure, the city manager is correct. The city's own ordinances, as well as the rules governing my office, state that I should be outspoken in giving legal advice when and if issues arise, and I did so in this case through a confidential memorandum. The city manager's office is also obligated to bring forward recommendations and responses to all manners of procedure, which the city manager's office did. And as the city manager's office indicated, as with all council ARs that come before you, I did review it for legal compliance as well. And then the last part that I would give for the factual history is Vice Mayor Barbandillo and I had a conversation on September 3rd. My recollection is that conversation happened very late in the day. It would have certainly been after 1:42 p.m. When the email that's being referenced from September 3rd occurred. And that was the first time that I remember hearing that it may not have been with full agreement of the subcommittee that the desire to move forward with interviews had happened. And then obviously action was taken. But to clarify, polling council for availability does not necessarily require the same process as calling a meeting.
Right, you hit it, Chris. The issue was the request of Council Member Chua polling and reserving the room, or is it a request in violation of any act asking for a special meeting or a closed session? That's the issue here.
Yeah, that's what I want to clarify, because the events that happened the week after were for corrective action over what had happened the week before. There was indeed information, as I referenced on page 108, about the availability of the candidate. The the text messages that you have here before you happened on August 28th.
I have
So,
that, right.
so it's not dated August 28th, but they happened on August 28th. And the information that supports that there was an intent to schedule a confidential meeting is stated on the first page, sending Michelle at 6:32 a.m. I'm looking at that text message. I know you're off. This is for Friday when you get back for the confidential meeting with so-and-so. I'm available on Monday, that would be September 1st, or Tuesday, September 2nd of next week. Monday is a holiday.
Right.
And then that's some,
Okay,
that's
let me just respond quickly to that, right? Now we're talking about intent.
Then the second part is,
Okay, all right.
okay, anytime Tuesday is good. Closed session starts 6 PM, maybe 4 PM will be good. We'll just do Zoom, okay? The council member, by your own rules and regulations, cannot ask for a meeting to be scheduled of the full council unless it comes either from the mayor or a majority of the council. This is not reflecting that. And then she goes on, and by this time, at the second part here she goes on and says, only the mayor, the 4 council members, Cheryl, and the candidate. We can have the closed session, that's a council meeting that requires noticing, or a third floor conference room for Zoom. Did you get confirmation of that date? Then Michelle says, and this is key here, thank you for the clarification. Would you mind checking in with Deanna to discuss this so I can get direction from her? That's Michelle's effort to put it back on path,
Okay.
that this requires policy and procedures and rules and compliance with those rules. And I will need her help with figuring this out. And I want to provide the context for how this happened. This is only for electeds and no staff involved. This is the meeting that she's trying to schedule. Schedule the time and schedule the room. Now, what Councilmember Chua and I actually just learned this week, what was happening behind the scenes is, and Matt's here, he can speak to it as well, is Michelle was having a meeting with Matt about other work duties, casually said, hey, I'm working on Councilmember Chua's directives. Matt asked what those were about. And he learned that Councilmember Chua was trying to schedule a meeting, and she's having me pull the council.
Okay.
He immediately told her to stop and get the city manager involved. And in that time, Matt called me and said she's trying to get a meeting scheduled. So now we're at about 4:30, 4:45-ish. She's trying to get a meeting scheduled through Michelle, and she doesn't want staff involvement. I text Councilmember Chua to ask her about it. I didn't hear back. I called her. I didn't hear back. After not hearing back, I called the mayor and asked the mayor to get in contact. But by that time, Michelle had called Matt back to say, I got this response, right? She's telling me to still do this and not saying, oh yeah, let me get on the phone and call Deanna, right? And I hadn't heard from her. And so this supports that, it's an action that she doesn't even have authority to ask for a council meeting. And then there's other issues that you asked about.
So, sorry, Vice
That
Mayor.
happened on the
Vice Mayor,
28th.
the mayor hasn't recognized you yet, and we need everyone to speak into microphones.
And then the issues, the issues again, is, as I stated, where when this happened, when we came back on Tuesday morning, we talked about the issue of the Brown Act and whether it was a state law violation of intent to schedule, which appears in these text messages, and then, or is it the violation of a Brown Act itself that has to happen? Now, there is a process integrity unit and the district attorney's office that helps with governance on these issues, right? We believed that and I'll ask the chief to come up here, because my understanding is when a law enforcement official goes to a district attorney, there is no requirement to provide advance notice whether you're going forward or not. There's no duty to disclose to the individual who's impacted or the entity impacted to say, hey, by the way, I'm going to take this to the district attorney. You could come up here in chief and explain if there's anything clear. And so that answers your question around why did this go to the district attorney and the response was back? Because we were questioning if there is intent, is that a crime? Or if the meeting happens, is that the crime? And I'll let you speak for, okay. Okay. And I want to say before, because you asked the question, yes, the city attorney was involved and knew when this matter was referred to the DA. And
Good evening, Council. Jared Hernandez, serving as your police chief. So my only role in this, I was made aware of a potential violation and that there was intent to schedule a meeting without public notice, and I was asked to check with the DA's office. In reading the code, it is a little bit unclear. I did reach out to the district attorney that resided with me as the role of the chief of police because of the level of what the potential violation was at with council members. It's not uncommon when we in law enforcement have a case matter where we're not sure if a DA would file or how it would go. It's very common to consult with them, even at the line level for our patrol officers and our detectives. So that's not out of practice.
Right. So it was read to us the bulk of the text message, and it was assumed that whoever concluded it, that's the basis of the intent of violating the Brown Act. Hey, we presented it to the DA. Intent is an element of a crime, and the DA expert said nothing has been violated. So my question is, despite that advisement on September 4, right, why are we keep on repeating that there was a violation? That's one. Second is, who made the determination that there was a violation? That's my problem, really. Who? Is anybody's opinion? Please answer me. Who made the determination?
We did indeed receive that the DA did not find that there was a violation of state law. What the matter before you right now is the violations of your code of conduct, your council handbook, your Muni code, and your open government ordinance. I can call your attention to August 27th, I'm on page 109, where Councilmember Chua writes to you, Michelle, and Gary, I believe maybe Cheryl is on this too. Please confidentially reach out to the mayor and council members to set up a meeting based on so-and-so's availability. Please refer to the email thread. This is the intention of scheduling.
And I can explain that. If we present the whole thread, that can be explained. My problem is, look at the report. Report on a violation of the city code of conduct. Who determined that there was a violation?
That's why there's the option here. We anticipated.
No, this is a factual, not an allegation, a violation. Who determined that before it's presented to us and to the public? Who determined that Council Member Chua violated these things? Isn't it true that before you say somebody has violated something, you put them on a process? It's basic. You know, in 2017, I was part of that censure policy. And you know, if you remember Mayor saying, you know, there were reasons, I believe we were at the time, right? That's why we devised as a council how we could deal with these kinds of situation. Read that censure policy. You present a complaint, you give opportunity to the person being complained of, the council sits as a judge, and the council decides whether there is a violation of whatever, and the council decides to censure that particular council member. Where is that in this report? It's a conclusion that somebody violated something because of somebody's opinion or somebody's advice. You know, this was written just recently. The advisement of the district attorney, I know it's an advisement about a violation of a crime, but wouldn't that be something that
whoever has reported this to the public and in consideration of the council would think twice. Here's an expert saying that there's no intent. And it's still a basis of another level of evaluation. Who determined on this report that somebody of us violated something? It's because the way I interpret the limited exhibits and arguments that I'm hearing now, is that the way we're gonna say somebody is at fault? Then let's present it. Let's have an opportunity to look at everything, not just a piecemeal of things that would support this report for a better understanding. I'll tell you now, right? Stop me when I cross the line. So there was a interview, an interview was set for candidates on the 24th. We talk about that, right? And then it was scheduled on it was set on the 26th, right? Begin. So on the 26th, we interviewed 2.
No, that's not.
2 or 3?
That's not subject to discussion.
Okay, thanks. So what I'm saying is, okay, all right. So there is a closed session on the 26th that resulted to, and that's why I asked if I can hear the tape again on the 26th. If there, see, it's hard if you don't waive it, or, because I believe that there was a conversation on the closed session. Stop me, Chris, if
So talking about what is said in closed session.
Okay. See, there's nothing to find out. What I'm just trying to say is there is a context on why the text messages were sent that way and the 2 or 3 emails were presented that way. There is. I don't know how we're going to resolve that. I don't know if that's something that we can look at the closed session now that we know. But you will not know the story if you will not look at the totality of what had happened from August 27 all the way to September 5, because there's the answer. If you just handpick, then we can arrive in different conclusions. That's all I'm asking. Being fair, let's call it allegation before this body says that somebody violated something.
I really recommend that the council consider waiving the attorney-client memo for
Let's
full
do that.
information. But I also want to say that any finding of a validation of violation of the code of conduct or the council handbook, these are very easy things to detect here. There's a lot of evidence. Direct staff. It is very clear that Michelle was directed to schedule a meeting, poll the council, and reserve a room.
With all due respect, we need a fact finder and a decision maker to these allegations, whether they're true or not, to make a conclusion that there was a violation. It's not about it being simple.
That's why I suggest waiving the attorney-client privilege in the legal opinion, because I think that would help inform the conversation and would not restrict the council from toggling between the data or the information in both reports. I do also want to say that the email does show that she did try to call a meeting. She did try to bypass the city attorney or no staff involvement for setting the closed session.
Let's reserve that when all the facts are there. My question is
very
not
quickly,
answered.
wait.
Why is it
Vice
called
Mayor,
a violation?
please, as a matter of procedure. So the presiding
have the
officer
floor.
recognizes speakers. I think we're starting to speak over one another. I'm seeing multiple members of the council who are waiting to be called.
Right.
So
Here, I have a hanging
remind
question. I have the
the
floor.
council to follow the presiding officer's direction as to who has the floor.
Right. The only question I have, right, since the very beginning, who made the findings that there are violations as reported? Did it go through the whole council? Did someone get prosecuted and they found to have been in violation? Where, what, and how did this report land on our agenda
that there were violations. It's very simple. Tell me, it's because it's so simple? Because this is our opinion? I will not buy that. You tell me why the report is written the way they are. It's conclusive. It's conclusive that somebody violated it. That's it. If you want to find out if this report is true, let's do a fact finding. Let this council see it and let's look at both sides, not based on what we personally believe. Let's be objective. But you know, what pains me is this report, violations of the city. You know, look at the newspaper. They even say alleged violations, and we're calling it, right? Without due process, without giving the opportunity to whoever is complained of to defend herself. How did this, with the advisement of the city attorney's office, land on an agenda? That's my question.
Councilmember Chua was has her hand raised.
Okay, so I know you're an attorney. I'm not an attorney, but to me, before I come to any decisions, I would read, I will look at all the exhibits here. And so if we are talking about the district attorney, if you read on page 97, okay, it says, well, we're lucky that, you know, it didn't happen, the meeting didn't happen, but it's right there. If this meeting had happened, the individual council members potentially subject to a criminal prosecution, okay? And I don't think if there is no reason, Michelle will have to, you know, there's no reason for her to send in her letter like this. And I apologize, Chief. You were caught up there, but we went on. So I'm going to hold and let you speak first, and I'll come back too. Because I know that someone requested for you to come up.
No, he's done.
It was asked. I just wasn't dismissed, so I didn't know if there was going to be future questions, so I'm still here.
Oh, so do you want to go back and sit down?
I'm happy to.
Thank you. And if there's no reason, I don't think the city manager would send in her resignation. So the intent is here. The act, the intent are present, and all these will constitute to a clear violation. I understand that you are going with the timeline, 28, 29, but if I'm looking at all these message and text message back and forth, like city manager pointed out, where the heck is it? Where it says, this is a confidential meeting just for the 4 council member, and have this in closed session or 3rd floor conference room. You know, to me, this is clearly the intent to schedule that meeting. And that meeting is for all of us and not noticed in the public. That is the violation right there.
I don't disagree with your opinion.
So this is about the intent.
No.
And so you agreed with me that it is the intent.
Okay, I'll respond to that.
Okay.
Right.
The presiding member.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I'd like to hear from the vice mayor.
I do respect that opinion, right? I'll reverse the situation. What happens if your opinion is in contrast of what is written here? Would you agree that what is written here, if your opinion is otherwise, would you just agree with the written? The only way to solve that is we do the due process. Let's hear both sides.
if this council is convened under the censure policy and see if there is indeed a violation of the conduct. I can have my opinion that there's no violation. Any council member can say that there is violation, but these are opinion based on our own perspective and understanding of what's in front of us, right? That's why there is an arbiter. If both our opinions are different on the same facts, we need someone to determine objectively, not based on our opinion, not based on anything else, but objectively what really happened. I know, it's common sense, this is intent. But what happens if, a fact finder, us sitting, see a context of this text message that your opinion is basing intent? What happens if there are other communications that explains, or negates intent? What happens? Are we, even if there's none, but we have to respect the due process, we have to see and go to the process to determine that somebody violated some rules. Not just because, as we said, it's so obvious, someone is guilty, someone has violated things. No, it doesn't work like that. This system, this country doesn't work like that, right? That because it's so simple, it's logical, something is violated. No, we all know that. We have to look at both sides, not by one's opinion, and determine if there are violations. And what's the proper way to do it is, on my opinion, now this is opinion, is it presenting it the way it's presented? No. It could have been, one of our council members, based on the only policy that we have to determine if there is a fault on our colleagues, is the censure policy of 2017. That's the only way.
So, Council Member, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, if Deanna had not stopped the process, that meeting would have happened. And that would be in violation.
Right. But
then all of us will be held accountable.
I agree.
Good, it's my turn.
Uh-oh.
I think
Daniel?
Candlelight council meeting.
Luckily,
oh yeah, the mic
Deanna
is on.
stopped that in time, and it didn't happen. But then we are going back, we're playing words here.
Right.
The intent was present, right?
Right. Your opinion based
Sir,
on
my
what
time.
you said.
You wait.
She has the floor.
That's right.
You wait. This is my time.
Okay.
Okay.
And I would advise everyone to turn off their microphones once they're not recognized.
What is it?
Go ahead.
I think the issue that's going on is that we're leaving on microphones even after the chair has recognized someone else.
Please, thank you. So here's two things that I'm concerned. The resignation letter. Deanna, would you remind me, what is the date again?
August 29th.
No. Your last date that if you are going to resign.
October 31st.
October 31st, which is next Friday? Okay. We are called to lead by examples. This is not the environment for any staff member to be in, to look forward to showing up to work. It's sad to see, and you keep on arguing or pointing out, this is not the courtroom. And I pointed out, Indiana pointed out, the intent was there. We were lucky, or at least I was lucky, to not be held accountable. Had this meeting happened, I don't want to go to jail for somebody else doing the wrong thing. And this is a wrongdoing. And if I am voting on doing nothing, I'm actually condoning for the wrongdoing. And how's the public see us? We destroy the trust in the public. We were called to lead by example. We are leaders. Had an employee of this organization made the same mistake, I am confident that we would take action with no hesitation. Why is it, as leaders, we are here trying to cover up one another? So I'm yes, we are covering up for one another. And really, we undermines the trust and we erodes our credibility with the public. This is about integrity. This is about trust. There is no reason why Michelle would write that letter in if nothing happened. There's no reason why Deanna would send in her resignation letter. This is not a fun time to just play joke on this.
It's no fun.
And this caused a lot of stress for everybody. Instead of using this time, really focus and working on the city's issue, we are here arguing or pointing out things like this and wasting the public's time too. And from now on, if we take no action from now on, anything comes out of this city hall, the public will not trust, would not believe anything we say. So that's my comment.
Thank you, Councilmember Lin. As I mentioned, I am for for number 2 of the options, because we have to take some kind of action. We cannot just ignore this. We have a code of conduct for a reason, and I don't feel that Councilmember Chua there was no malice there. I think it was just an honest mistake, because she has done so much for the city. She cares about the city. I just feel there was just an honest mistake, and I feel that a censure is not needed, an admonishment is not needed. I just feel that just a verbal statement, and I don't know if you want to do that, Councilmember Chua. So we have Vice Mayor Babadillo.
Right. It pains me that at least in principle, we're not on the same page. You know, what I've heard is we're covering things up. We are not. We're finding the truth. All I am saying is, let's find the truth properly. Not because, it's there's no reason for a certain individual did that. What happens if I tell you there's no reason for Councilmember Chua to do that either? So now there's two conflicting facts. I'm not asking anyone to side anyone now. All I'm asking is a fair dealing. Let's not convict before we decide, because this is what happened on this report. We are a laughing stock, right? It is. But why? Because are we prudent in putting these kinds in our agenda? Did we have a basis for it? It's not about a courtroom. It's about logic and what is right. Is it proper to put in a public agenda and to ask the council to take actions on something that we have not proven yet as a body? That's just basic as that. I don't know how I can emphasize that, right?
See, and anybody of us here has an opinion, whether it's for or against someone. We are in conflict. So how do we resolve that? Do we resolve that because, oh, by logic, it's so easy to determine, oh, the way I read it, this is intent? No, because there are differing opinions. And how are we going to resolve that? Let's sit down, let's hear both sides, and make that determination that indeed Councilmember Chua violated something, but we haven't done that, and we already did on this agenda. The city attorney, come on. What? Who determined that there's violations? You tell me opinion of anybody else. Is that enough? I'm not talking about the courtroom. Is that enough that I opine that somebody sitting there took my car and did a joyride? Is that enough to tell that person he violated my right? No, right? That person needs to answer my allegations before any conclusion is made. It's simple as that here. First, let's determine if indeed there was a violation. Am I qualified to determine that she violated something? No. Are you qualified as an individual council member to determine if she violated? No. So what's the solution? We have a process in place. Censure. Initiate. If you believe that she violated, initiate the censure process, and then let's sit down as a body. Let's
We have
determine.
four options. I'm going to have to ask someone, city manager, go ahead and speak.
I just,
Mayor, could
After that, I want to hear from Councilmember Lamb.
Mayor, may I ask to respond to the legal question that the Vice Mayor asked of me? He asked a question of the city attorney. Can I respond to that?
Respond to
You asked a question to the city attorney of who makes the determination. So the answer to that question is the city attorney's office is required to be outspoken. So if I believe that there is a violation, it's my obligation to report back to the council on that. The city,
There is a violation.
if my office believes that there is a violation, my obligation is to report that back to the city council. Similarly, for
he has the floor.
Vice Mayor, if I may. Similarly, if the city manager's office believes that there is a violation, the city manager's office is supposed to report that back to the city council so that the city council can decide and take action. Both of those things of reporting back to the city council is stating whatever the two offices do in the discharge of our duties. That is a separate question from the legal issue that you've asked for, which was who ultimately determines that a violation has occurred such that actions are taken off of that. That determination is left to the city council, but that does not change nor alter the obligation of either of our offices to report back to the city council when a violation has occurred.
Okay, I want to have Councilmember Lamb say some words.
I ceded my.
So
I just,
go ahead.
Vice Mayor, I really wish you would have been at the meeting between Chris, myself, and Evelyn, because we were not disagreeing the way that I'm hearing the level of energy of what you were saying. In fact, the meeting started, and I wasn't going to provide as much detail, but the meeting started very clearly with Councilmember Chua acknowledging that it was a bad week for her, that there were issues that she wasn't feeling well, and she wasn't thinking straight or didn't recall. She was very, very tired by Thursday afternoon, and she attributed that to some of the actions that she had taken, and we received that. We received that information. And then we talked a little bit more about whether this had happened before and, how she felt about, loss of judgment. And then Chris went through a matrix after having interviewed Michelle, myself, Matt, and I can't remember if there was anyone else. And we walked through, and Chris walked through the violations of, here's the Muni code, here's the council handbook, here's what was done, right? And we left the meeting under good terms. I mean, we cleared, so I'm seeing her nod no, but in the meeting, she apologized. She asked me to reconsider my resignation. We talked about creating that we cleared the air on the other two issues that were referenced in the email. And I thanked her. I was going into another meeting with a council member, and I thanked her for creating the space to open up and have the conversation about things as we go forward. I felt like that was a good meeting. I don't think there's been any issues since that meeting. So I'm seeing you nod no, so I guess maybe I gauged you wrong, but that's how I walked away from the meeting, as if we're working productively, and since then I feel like we have.
So we have Councilmember Chua.
I think I think we have to stick to the facts,
Right.
because this is like let's stick to the facts and not emotions. Let's do that.
Councilmember Lamb.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I think we are not covering up anything. We spent the last few hours discussing on these topics. We are trying to figure out what is the truth. And sounds like from what I hear, there are pieces of evidence are missing. So in order for us to make judgment, we need to see all the facts before we make a decisions. Yeah. So if you ask me what will I vote, I vote to see all the facts first before we make decision like this. Everyone can talk based on their opinions, but that is facts. So we have to base on the facts and make judgment. Yeah.
You done?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Since this is already out in the open, I guess this is where you find all the facts. That's what we're doing
I'm
right
interested
now.
in knowing what the context is that has been stated we're missing of what happened before, or because we actually looked at emails and there's not a lot to look at. This is really what the substance of it is.
Right.
Because I'll say that because we wanted to better understand where, if we are going wrong, what happened, right? And so we did do a search. We asked Michelle, go and look at Daniel's here. He can speak in terms of go find out what's going on before we take it to this level, right? And nothing came up. So I'm interested in knowing, Vice Mayor, with all due respect,
Right.
what is the context that we're missing, right? Because we know that on the 28th, the series of text messages happened. We know what happened on the 29th, right? And we know that we know that the city attorney wanted to reach out to you to touch base when you came back. You were out of the country or out of the office. And so we know that that occurred, and that from there was a series of actions to get something scheduled by that Friday correctly, right? But beyond that, and I invite Daniel up to talk about his search, there wasn't anything, because before we referred it to the DA, and before we took it where Chris was going to go and interview and put a memo together, we said, let's understand what the body of data look like about this transaction. Unless you have a different email that you were using, this is what we found. Daniel, do you want to speak to the search?
Danielle, hold on, right? Investigated, you join forces, you use the resources of the IT, and you presented it to the DA. And what did the DA say? Isn't that something, a clue?
The DA speaks to state law, not local policies, ordinances.
Right, but you're talking about intent.
They enforce
Right.
crimes and the state
I
law.
understand that fully and 100%. So here's the question now, right? So you have a premonition, not a premonition, but it happened, that there's no crime being committed. It came back. Now you made this agenda report that there was a violation of other rules. The question is very simple, and it cannot be answered by Danielle. It cannot be answered by the city attorney's office. It cannot be answered by you, because those are opinions. As we know, how do we determine if there was a violation? I'm not talking about technical. You know why I'm talking about how? Because that will fulfill our desire to find out the truth. Let's subject it to the process. You know, any of us here can initiate under the 2017 policy, censure policy, that Council Member Chua was believed to have violated several rules. Then it triggers the process that she can defend herself, and we can present evidence as what the staff is talking about. Then the city council sits as a judge to that and determines that indeed there is a violation. So we cannot say, right, on our self-serving opinion that someone violated something when there is a contest. We cannot say that, oh, we're good now, we bump fists, that everything is good, because until today, there is an issue that I cannot resolve in my brain, that there was a report of a violation when in fact everybody knows that before you can say that there's a violation, it has to come to the full council and determine that violation. Why? Why is the report saying that there's already a violation? I'm reverting back, and I'm almost agreeing with Councilmember Lam that we're just talking nothing here and resolve nothing. Because my question remains, why and how was there a finding of violation? And I will not settle, it's because it's very simple. It's because this. No, there has to be a finding. Well, here, Councilmember Chua seems to be not in congruence with how these facts are presented. There's the issue. So somebody or something or a body should determine that there is a violation. If Councilmember Chua is in violation, I'm fine to have to censure her. But you know, everything comes in a process, because that's the only thing fair. Go in a process and do not convict someone just based on a self-serving belief. Right? Look, what I've heard so far, I believe that, from the city attorney and city manager. So I will believe what anybody believes? No, can't be, right? We investigated that when they said their authority is coming from a mandate to make sure everything is right. Where is the basis of the investigation? What's the finding of the investigation? They just said they investigated it, they talked to people. Where? Where is that report? That there is an investigation and they found. Did that investigation really pointed out that there was a clear violation of any of those things that I mentioned? No, it is a report.
So,
I keep on
Vice
repeating myself.
Mayor, yeah, you keep repeating yourself, but remember, this is not about a crime. This is about the council code of conduct. This is the respect the line between policy and administration. We have to keep going back to that. It's not about.
Mayor, if I tell you that you're doing wrong, do you believe me right away?
No, I don't.
Right. So you have the right to tell me that I am wrong.
Okay.
That's all I'm asking.
We have Councilmember Chua. We had your hand raised.
Back from everybody, and to move this forward, and to have a full scope of all the data. What would be the next step? And if I'm looking at the city attorney, where can we go from here? It appears to me that we need more information, and we need for the council to be presented with this information to make some type of a decision. Not tonight. because there is more data needs to be gathered and presented. So what motion can I do to do that? Because I want this result myself.
So there are different processes available to the council. As the vice mayor pointed out, the censure policy does exist. And the censure policy's procedure is any member of the council may choose to make a charge of censure against another member, at which point in time that charge is taken by the city attorney's office, referred to a subcommittee. The subcommittee conducts a preliminary inquiry, and then if they believe that there's a sufficient cause to believe that there may be a violation, reports back to the council, and there's a hearing process. So if any individual member wishes to invoke that process and procedure, they can do so by having a charge of censure. The censure policy is not the exclusive basis through which the city council can act. The censure policy is the basis by which any member of the council can initiate a process that might result in censure. Actions less than censure can be taken by the city council without that process. In terms of if people did not want to activate the censure policy, but wanted to have a further hearing and be provided with additional information before making those decisions, you could simply continue the hearing to a later date and direct staff to come back with additional information.
So we have three choices?
Well, I mean, you have a very large number of choices. What you were asking for was specifically for procedure, for options for having another hearing.
Wait,
And then
please.
City manager, you said you have an option?
So, Councilmember Chua, to get to your question, there's a request for a timeline, which I think we could put together internally. There's the request to waive privilege on the city attorney's memo, which I think you all have already heard. Produce the other emails that are relevant. And the last part of that is to get an independent party to come and review and advise the council, right? There's legal firms out there that
Why
have
do
done
we
this
need a legal
before.
firm? Why do we have to pay a consultant?
Well, and frankly, that's why Chris did it in-house, because, the timing of him trying to get it done fast, as well as, recognizing that, that there is a cost. But if the council does want to pursue that, right, then you will be advised, if there's concern about what we've already put forward in writing and whether it's impartial or not, you have the option to go for a third party of someone who just looks at the facts, interviews, and understands the context that the vice mayor is trying to get, along with the other emails and timeline, and then comes back to you and works directly with the council on this matter.
Do you have any?
Well, for me, I think that's a good way to go. That's my 2 cents, especially if you have a third party. It's worth it to get to the bottom of this.
I don't think so.
Right. How I take it, right? We were presented with a lot of things tonight as a body. Now, leave it to the council what they want to do. You staff, but not based on the decision of the council. If the council decides today it's not based on the report, I want to put that on record, because if we base our decision and we choose one on the recommendations, it means that we're accepting the agenda report that there's already a violation, and we cannot do that. So if there is a decision on the council on the recommendations as stated, not necessarily those on the agenda, then let the council decide. As Chris said, if one of us, because of everything that we heard, wishes to initiate a censure for Councilmember Chuba, so be it. If one of us, and that's the only thing that we can do. Why? Because other than that, you have to have the congruence of the whole council. Again, it's technical, but it's the rule, right? So we're only left with one option now. If you want to decide now, rely on any of the council member to initiate a censure. Because any other action than that, it needs a majority of the council
to hire someone to do an investigation. And if that's if there's a motion to that, then yeah. But the only thing that we can do now is rely on the council's decision. And the only thing that the council can do on a one council member is initiate a censure. Other than that, it has to be collectively approved by the whole.
Mayor.
I think Councilmember Lynn had her hand raised. Did you want to give her your time? Or you want to? She was
Okay,
first,
go
so
Go ahead.
go ahead.
I'm going to go ahead and initiate the censure.
Let's do that. Good.
So move.
All right, call for who wants to second it?
No, so so the censure policy has a charge of censure against an individual. Any council member can make that. You don't need a vote of the council. Any council member can initiate it. However, Councilmember Chu, you can't initiate because the responding party would also be you. So another council member would have to initiate that.
Okay.
Okay, let's sleep on it and decide. But that's what's on the table. If the council member Chua is saying that she believes censure is appropriate, let the council decide on that. And then, the procedure is easy. One of us can just go to the city attorney and initiate the complaint.
We have.
So I motion to censor. And I don't know if you care to know the reasons or the facts. My findings through all the text and the emails indicated that the intent was there. We are here as leaders to lead by example. And I'm repeating myself, just like Vice Mayor, I'm going again through this same step. And we do not want the public out there to look at us as we are not accountable for the things that we do. We can say, when we run for office, we promise a whole lot. I'm transparent, I'm this, I'm that. Nobody's going to believe us from now on if we don't take any action, if we don't do the right thing, if we don't hold ourselves accountable for our wrongdoing. And I know that you are going to say, but we're not doing anything wrong. Looking at all the text messages, the intent was there. And I heard it from Mayor, you agree that yes, we have to do something, but you don't agree to censure. Okay. There were 4 options. So to make it short, yes, I motion to censure.
So let's clarify. Any council member can invoke the censure policy. The procedure set forth in the policy for doing so is filing a written charge with the city clerk. You could signal your intent to do that, in which case that's telling the council that there will be a process brought forward for that remedy and it would be forthcoming. But the actual filing of the written charge would have to happen after this meeting.
Right, so you could. I have a question, please.
Go ahead.
So if there is a censure for the electeds, what is the counterpart for such action to staff?
Say again?
So if, it's just, so if there is an option to censure an elected, what is the counterpart to that if I believe that a member of the staff is somebody that should be censured? Is there a process?
So if you're talking about council's purview, council has only purview over the staff for council appointees.
All right, so.
And that goes through your process for being able to make determinations on performance.
Right. So how could I do that? How could I find out and refute what I may be thinking, and see if there is something that we can do with the staff? Do means, give its due process and see if, like Accenture, as I said, I do not know the process on the staff side, but a process within which to see if there was a fault or not.
So when you're talking about staff,
Mhm.
again, the only process available to the council is for council appointees. Otherwise, the conduct of staff is left to the city manager's office.
All right, so appointees means the city attorney and the city manager,
That's correct.
right? So how could I initiate an evaluation for both?
For both of those positions, any council member is allowed at the end of the meeting to request for an item to be agendized. And if there's a majority vote of the council, that can be put on an agenda consistent with applicable rules. If there is a majority vote to put that item on for an agendized discussion.
All right, I'll move that at the end. Just to be fair,
Wait, wasn't there a motion already?
All right.
Just, I need a second.
Yes. There was.
Yeah, there was a motion, so I need a second.
I won't second that until I am provided with the information that I requested. Once we have that, we'll look at it and then I can agree for the censure.
So,
Otherwise, we're going to just fish on the censure process.
So
Okay,
before,
Wait, sorry, there is no motion on the table.
yeah,
There is.
yes, she,
Oh, okay. There's
there-
by motion.
Right, but Councilmember Leanne had indicated she wanted to move for censure. As I explained, the censure policy isn't something that you do by motion. Any individual council member can initiate that process by filing a written charge. So there's no motion to be made on the censure policy right now.
There's
okay.
nothing that we
It's
can
just a
do.
clarification. What does it mean to be censured? What are the ramifications?
Let's see.
Again?
What are the ramifications when a council member is censured? What happens?
A censure is an expression of the council's view that laws have been violated by a particular individual, and it's a formal statement of that on the record and after fact finding. It's the censure decision itself can come with additional actions, removal from committees, removal from other responsibilities. It's the most significant action that a body can take to reprimand one of its own members.
That's why I don't want a censure, because to me, it's a severe, and I don't feel that and it follows you for life. It's on your record. It's a stain. So I don't want a censure. But anyway, that's my thoughts. Go ahead, Councilmember Chua.
so there is really a request, that I understood everybody, is to get those information first that were requested and then let the council decide then.
Yeah, that's the one what
It's
city
easier.
managers request for timeline, waive the attorney privilege, and then produce
Faster.
Mayor,
emails, and then also the mediator. Is that what you're saying?
And don't do no hiring of a consultant. I think we can do that.
You think it'd be done,
If we
can they
need
be done
to-
in-house then?
Yeah, but if we need to, then the entire council can make a decision.
All right. Is that
Okay.
Yeah,
question for city manager. So what does that mean for your October 31st?
I was going to say that, you can have an evaluation on the city manager in closed session. I've already resigned, and I will not be attending an evaluation if that's the case. I've already expressed that day, I knew that I was working in a situation where I was I felt compromised. And so I will not go into an evaluation my last week. And so you guys can have it and discuss as much as you want, but I will not be there.
I'd like to see if any of the department heads here would share what's the impact if we don't have a city manager by the 31st of October.
Thank you, Assistant City Manager Matt Kano. I'll give a shot at that. It's a loaded question. So obviously,
So if you're asking for, so the discussion of performance evaluations, I think, is not related. The discussion, other than to the ask, which was to find out what process would be, the question of what facts are helpful to the decision maker in evaluating the memorandum, that has to do with the individual council member. So if it's pertinent to the evaluation of the issue in front of the body, then it's allowed for discussion.
Councilmember Leanne, you had asked me about the impact of not having a city manager. And so I'll just say first, since Deanna's resignation is obviously public and being talked about, I wanted to use this as a public opportunity to thank her for the guidance and dedication she's provided to me personally and the organization over the past 6 months. Her impact, Deanna, has been remarkable. You started us, the city, down a path towards financial stability, and you created lasting change in the organization. Your deep commitment to public service and the people who serve is tremendous, and we thank you for everything. If next week is your last week, I realize this is a really difficult conversation for all of us. It has provided a lot of stress to me personally and many others in this organization. I appreciate the opportunity to serve the residents in Milpitas and continuing to do so with the team in this room today. Not having a city manager, we have a lot in the balance right now as an organization with our fiscal situation and our stability. And it's I'm not gonna lie, scary. Moving forward without not just a city manager, but the best city manager. And I thank you all for hiring her. It's a scary situation. There's a lot of balls in the air, and at some point, you can't keep all the balls in the air at the same time. I'm committed, and we're committed. Our leadership team is committed to this organization, but it will, be extremely challenging.
Yeah, thank you, Matt, for sharing that. Yes, I'm scared too. You're not the only one. And I don't know if Deanna would consider extend the date until all the findings are surfaced.
I too have been under a lot of stress with this situation, and I would need to talk it over with my husband. I was very clear. I came here to help the city with its budget deficit. We solved 2.5 years of budget deficit within 7 to 10 days. You asked me to come and work on good governance. This is part of good governance, is moving forward, learning how to grow, and understanding when you've done wrong, you've done wrong. And so I don't want to be in a position where I'm having to get into disputes or disrespectful conversations. And I just would need to consult with my husband. He has seen the stress, he has seen the sleepless nights, and I need to talk with him.
Right, the offer is with the paid off your council.
You want to talk? You
No,
want to
I
talk to
just-
Councilman then?
No. I was going to ask if there are any other department heads want to share.
I think what I would offer, along the lines of what Assistant City Manager Kano has said, is that a little bit absent of this conversation, but for what it's worth, over the last 6 months, I think Deanna came with us in April, I think it was. And what I've seen is outstanding leadership. I've seen it from all corners of what she's provided this organization. I think her depth of experience in municipal government was evident the first time I met her in that first ELT meeting. I think that her clear understanding of complex issues translates for us as an ELT into actionable plans, which is something that's been missing from this organization for a little bit. I think that specifically to public safety, her understanding of the nuances of the challenges that we have and her guidance in navigating some of the difficult relationships between cities and counties and different areas, I think has been great. And so I think I'm speaking to Deanna at this moment. I would appreciate those conversations because I do think that we are in a better place because you've influenced a lot of positive change, and I appreciate it.
Are you done? Okay. Councilmember Lamb? Oh, we have Daniel. So go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. With the City Manager Deanna's resignation, our leadership team wanting to share our sentiment and what we have gained from Deanna's leadership for past several months. The leadership team actually wrote a letter, and this was directed just to her from all of us. And each one of us read this, and we all signed it, and it was for her to keep as she leaves the organization. I'm going to read that for you. It says, "Dear Deanna, on behalf of the executive leadership team, we want to express our heartfelt appreciation for the leadership you're bringing to the city during your tenure. Although your time with us is still brief, your impact is already remarkable and deeply meaningful to all of us. Your extensive experience, strategic governance mindset, and ability to lead with clarity and integrity have been invaluable in stabilizing our city during a period of significant transition and uncertainty. You have provided a clear sense of direction, professionalism and calm qualities that have been both reassuring and inspiring to us. Your willingness to listen deeply, engage meaningfully, and act decisively has played a vital role in aligning efforts across departments, reinvigorating collaboration, and setting a high standard for excellence. We feel genuinely fortunate to have had the opportunity to work under your leadership. At a time when continuity and steady guidance are essential, the possibility of your departure represents the risk of losing the important momentum you have helped build. Our organization has experienced a high rate of turnover, and your steady presence has already made a significant and positive difference. We remain hopeful that the progress and improvements initiated under your leadership can continue. We are eager to keep learning from you, growing as a team, and driving forward for the benefit of our residents. Your commitment to good governance and organizational excellence has already left a lasting mark, and we believe your continued leadership will be critical as we navigate this challenging period. Thank you sincerely for your unwavering dedication, your professionalism, and the genuine respect you have shown to each of us and to the entire city. Your leadership and commitment have made a profound impact, and it's hard to imagine moving forward without you. We deeply value everything you've contributed and truly hope you will continue this journey with us, because your presence here is not only appreciated, it is essential. We look forward with hope and gratitude to continue working together. With sincere gratitude and respect, Milpitas Executive Leadership Team.
Thank you for that. Is there anyone else that would like to say anything?
Good evening, Mayor. Jason Schoonover, serving as your fire chief. I'd just like to echo
One more.
echo my colleagues' sentiments. I can say unequivocally that the experience with the city manager, Santana, with the fire department has been positive.
May I have a quick moment? So the presiding member determines whether a discussion or comment is out of order or not. So that is the mayor's decision in terms of what is allowed legally. In the concept is anything that is on topic for the matter that is at hand. So if a member of the council and at the presiding officer's discretion believes that there is information being received that's pertinent to the matter at hand, that's the presiding officer's decision. So it is the mayor's decision of who she will recognize and when she will rule that a discussion is out of order or not.
If you can continue, you're out of order. You're out of order. Go continue. This was Councilmember Lynn's suggestion, and remember, October 31st. I also am afraid about what's going to happen. I'm looking out for the best interest of the city. I was hoping that we would do number 2 and we could move on. But for now, go ahead. And this is getting out of hand. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll keep my remarks brief. In closure, I think one of the things that I've experienced working with Deanna is her ability to help us continue to build a strong team, a strong foundation, not only a team that works together to solve common problems, but a team that transcends and works together to solve some of the bigger issues that we have, specifically, working together to identify mechanisms to resolve the budget deficit. So I just want to thank her for all that she's done for the fire department.
Thank you for that. And we have Councilmember Lamb.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. What I'd like to do is I'd like to propose the staff collect all those evidence, the texts and emails as quickly as possible, and see whether we could have a special meeting end of this week. And then we made a decision based on all the facts.
Okay.
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
Just
Go ahead, City Manager.
very briefly, there's a few parts here. So what you're proposed, so there's various actions the council is permitted to take. The council is permitted by a majority vote to call a special session. The council is permitted by majority vote to direct the city manager to put something on to agendize it. And what I would suggest is if we are making a direction to have it on a particular date, it may be advisable before you make a motion to direct to see if the council will have it on that date to see if availability of people and ability of staff to comply with what you need.
So
Just a comment.
go ahead to Councilmember
Right.
Bernardino.
As we learn, the only way to do this is someone of us initiates a censure. The request for information is for our consideration so we would know what to do and how to proceed. So
There's a motion on the table.
right, no, before I second or I don't. What I'm saying
It's
is,
already been seconded, Vice Mayor.
oh, it's ready?
Who seconded?
It's clarification.
Who seconded?
I did.
Okay.
I think Vice Mayor is clarifying the motion.
Okay.
Because if the purpose of that motion is to bring this back for council discussion, whether it's a closed session or open session, it will not serve us anything because the only way that we proceed to find out the truth is one of us initiates the censure. So the purpose of us asking this information is to make that determination. So I believe the proper procedure is at the end of the meeting, you ask in the announcement on a consensus of a council, we ask the staff to provide us with this information on a certain date. Does not need to come back to the council because the next step is an initiation of censure. So even if that motion got successful, it's presented to us on what kind of agenda for our reading, then ask it on the announcement. Then we use that to decide any of us if a censure is something that we want.
Mayor, if I may, on the legal procedure part of it.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. What?
If I may, on the legal procedure part of it.
Yeah, please.
So the censure policy is not the only action the council can take. Any member is allowed to invoke that practice. The council is also allowed to take an action short of censure without following the censure policy. So if it is the will of the council so in terms of what you're asking, if what you want to do is have this item brought back for a discussion of remedies short of censure, you can make a motion, and with majority approval of the council, you're allowed to direct the city manager's office to convene a special meeting and to agendize a particular item. So if that's what your motion is, that is a motion you can make.
Okay. Yeah.
What is your wish?
Yeah, my wish is to gather all the facts, the emails, if there's other text messages, and have a special meeting to decide on this matter. And then the meeting would be a few days from now.
But I thought I heard that this was all, they did all the search and this is whatever we have here.
But I also heard there are more
There are more?
emails.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, that's why Vice Mayor was saying this is a piecemeal facts. So if we want to have all the facts in and then we read all the facts and then determine make judgment based on facts.
As the city
Heard
attorney,
his motion.
Is the motion clear?
could I seek a clarification as before the city attorney responds? If I don't know if that includes the confidential memo or not. I heard that discussed a few times today, so I just don't know.
If you want the confidential memo disclosed out publicly, the council has to vote by majority vote to waive that confidentiality.
Then we do it in a closed session before we decide to waive it.
There's not a Brown Act basis for having a closed session to discuss whether to waive privilege.
Right. So his motion is, clarify his motion.
Councilmember, is your motion to move to have a special session?
Yes,
Is there a particular date that you're requesting that special session on?
Friday.
Okay, and to agendize for that a discussion of this same issue?
Yes, on this issue only.
Okay.
There's second.
Second.
Okay, call for the vote. Call for the vote.
Oh, calling for the vote, Vice Mayor Barbadillo,
Aye.
Councilmember Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb,
Aye.
Councilmember Lien,
I cannot vote on this because I don't know my schedule for Friday, and now I don't even know what time. So unless I know the time and the date,
About subject to polling, I misspoke too.
then go for the polling. You know, this is just, there's no words.
Then as I said,
we still not completed the vote?
No.
No. Mayor Montano?
I don't think it's, my big concern is that it's gonna, whatever we do, it's gonna affect the whole city. I mean, if we vote yes, I'm afraid that people are gonna start leaving. I'm gonna say no on this because I think we need to resolve this as soon as possible. And I don't know if Friday is enough time for us to. And then I don't know.
There was
how-
a
and I don't know how the
majority-
city manager is going to react to this. I'm just really disappointed that we're not dealing with this now and just move on. I'm going to vote no on this.
There was a majority vote in favor with Barbadillo, Chua, and Lamb voting yes.
All right.
Yeah, that's majority. But can you poll first? you
Go
know?
ahead, Councilmember Barbadillo.
No, I mean, yeah, it's voted for that we'll have the special meeting, but can we just tentatively set it Friday and poll the rest?
And we'll poll.
Right. Please.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. So that item is done so far.
So, and very briefly, because we remain past 11 o'clock, the way the rule works is that every piece of new business that's transacted from here on out needs to get council's approval to be taken.
Okay. Announcements and future agenda items. City manager, any announcements?
Mayor, for this item, we need a motion and a second in order to move forward with this, or else we need to adjourn the meeting.
Right. To do anything other than immediately adjourn the meeting, you need to have a motion to continue.
Okay, let's have a motion to continue.
Motion.
Motion to continue.
Motion to continue so that we can.
Continue what? Chris, continue.
Motion to continue taking new business. So motion by Councilmember Lian. Is there a second?
Business, okay. Second, okay, both.
Who is the second?
Councilmember Lynn was a second.
Councilmember Lian was the maker of the motion.
Oh, she's the maker of the vote. And then who was the second? Was it Lamb?
They are sleeping.
Councilmember Lamb, he's
Yeah, I'll second it.
second. You call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
No motion.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo. No, this is to continue with this.
With this meeting.
Okay, it's unclear.
This is to hear the announcements and future agenda items.
Right. Any new business, every single item the council has to approve. That's what the council's rules say. Any business after 11 o'clock, each item. So if we want to take the announcements and new agenda items, then we need a motion to take that. Otherwise, the mayor is obligated to immediately adjourn the meeting.
Aye. So we can talk about the announcement.
Okay.
Aye. Councilmember Chua?
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb?
Aye.
Councilmember Lian?
Aye.
Mayor Montano?
Aye. Okay, now I can do the announcements, right?
Yes.
Okay, now I can do the announcements and future agenda items. So city manager, do you have any announcements? Council members, do you have any announcements? Okay, I have one, so I'd like, on the priority list that we do. So I was at the sports center the other day and I would like to, put that on our list, is, to place a billboard at the sports center. I think it's really important that we put, a billboard there so we can let folks know about what things are happening. And there's a lot of movement at that sports center. I think it would be a benefit to the community. The other thing is, I'll take a picture of small parks. I had mentioned that last time. There's a couple of neighborhoods that don't have a small little park, and that's North Park Victoria, and then also Vasona Park, right there by Berryessa Road. I'll take some pictures and show them to staff, and so I want those two on the list. And that's it. And again, thank you for
We need to call
this
for
conversation.
consensus on both of those items.
Oh, yeah, I need to
For
consent.
for the first one, the priority list placing a billboard at Sports Center, Vice Mayor Barbadillo,
Aye.
Councilmember Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb,
Aye.
Councilmember Lian,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
I saw a pause there. Aye.
And then for the neighborhoods without parks, Vice Mayor Barbadillo,
Aye.
Councilmember Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb,
Aye.
Councilmember Lian,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
Aye. Thank you. All right, well, meeting is adjourned.
You haven't asked if there's an announcement.
What? I did. Oh, you have an announcement?
Right.
Okay, I'm sorry. Meeting is now open.
Okay.
We have
No,
one more
it's-
announcement from Garrett,
It's
from
just a
Vice
request that
Mayor.
I made a while ago. I said I'm going to use say it at the end. If I can have a consensus on a performance evaluation of the city attorney and the city manager.
So to clarify, you do not currently have a council appointee as a city attorney. What you have is you have me in an acting capacity. So you can't do a performance evaluation. You are allowed to agendize an item to either revoke the acting city attorney designation or assign it to someone else. So you could do that.
Okay, performance of the acting city attorney, would that suffice?
No, what I'm saying is that I'm not a council appointee in the position of city attorney. So you don't actually have the ability to do a performance evaluation for me. You can, however, if you believe that my performance is, for any reason, you're allowed to make decisions on who is the acting city attorney. And you are allowed as a body to have that discussion, and you can ask for that to be agendized, and you can decide whatever you want on who is the acting city attorney.
That's my request.
Calling for consensus, Vice Mayor Barbadillo,
Aye.
Councilmember Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb,
Aye.
Councilmember Lian,
She's in the bathroom.
Mayor Montano.
No, right now is not the time. We've got other big issues.
No, there's one more. We're waiting for her.
All right, is that it? We're going to adjourn. Thank you.
So motion pass? Okay.
Yes.